Sorry, forgot to press. All right. I have another colleague as well, Temidayo Ajibola, who is also here. She's joining us, and she will be supporting us in organizing things around there. So please, if you don't get to me, you don't get to Eman, Temidayo is here. Temidayo, are you here? Do you want to say some words to welcome our participants?
Yes.
Okay. Hey, good morning. Good morning, colleagues. I'm where I cannot put on my video right now. Good morning, everyone. I'm happy to be part of this course. I've been part of so many of the ASFI course, and I'm also part of the admin team. And I'm so glad to welcome you all. So feel free. It's going to be a wonderful time. I've enjoyed so many success stories from this avenue. So we are all here together. I'm here to learn also. So we are in it together. So we are going to have a good time. Welcome, colleagues.
Thank you. All right. So for everyone, we can't have time to give you the opportunity to welcome yourself or introduce yourself. So please use the chat box. Some people are already doing it who know how we perform here. So use your chat box and introduce yourself. Tell us where you are from, your area of research, your interest, and so on and so forth. So please do that. The second thing is, I mentioned it in the email I sent. We don't want to have names like HP. We don't want to have names like 5, 6. We want to have your real name. Write your real name, and in addition to your real name, include the group you belong. For instance, my name is Bright Waharo. Then in addition to that, I have group 1 or group 2, whatever. So to do that, you can see your rectangle where you appear on the Zoom. If you put your cursor there, you have on the top right 3 dots. If you click that 3 dots, you have rename in the drop-down menu. Rename, and when you click rename, you can change these things. Some of you have so long name that it's like a sentence. It's difficult to know which group you belong. So please just shorten it for us, please, for the sake of knowing where to put you. Because once you have such long name, I don't know, I don't see the group. Okay, so this is not the place to put the name your father gave, your mother gave, your grandfather. Just put 2 is enough. Okay, and then we'll be able to put you in the group you belong. And so please, for those who are joining now, the first rule is mute yourself when you are here, except when you're speaking. Mute yourself, because if we keep having problems from you, we can kick you out. Then the second thing is introduce yourself on the chat box. The third thing is, please rename yourself and include your group. This is very important, because you will see what will happen these 5 days we are going through this course. Some people will continue to disobey that rule and giving us some problems. Please do as I've told you, and that will help us a lot. The materials have been sent out. That is the beautiful thing with what we do at SFI, to get you prepared before the time. So we have sent the materials, and I believe that you all have access to that. Some of you are already writing me this morning, I don't know my group. I don't know the Zoom, this thing. I didn't get the email. I'm sure we have done what we do. And so please, if you didn't get our email, go to your spam and check it, but we are sure everyone should have received our this thing now, our information. If you have not done that, please let us know. If there's any problem, technical problems, just let us know, and we'll be able to see how we can correct that. Once again, welcome to this course, and we'll kick it from here. Does anyone have a quick question before I start? Quick question, technical question. Just raise your hand. That is what we operate. Raise your hand, and I will recognize you. We don't like people just start saying from wherever. So please mute yourself. Mute yourself. If you're not speaking, I see some people who are not muted. Please mute yourself if you're not speaking. Any question? All right. Let's start. So this is ASFI research funding and grant writing course, which has been spread across these days. This is intentional to try to see if participants can have weekend break and see how that supports their learning. Because our courses, as you know, are usually full-time, 1 week of full-time course. This is 8 hours of course. So I wanted to try this to see if you have 3 days before weekend and 2 days after weekend, that can help you to relax. So let's hope. This is Easter time, and many of you may be traveling and doing things like that, but please don't forget the course. Okay. So I am based in Sweden. As I said earlier, I am the founder of ASFI and trying to support African research empowerment, capacity building. And I am an associate professor of epidemiology. And these are my areas of research endeavors. Allergy, respiratory diseases, maternal and child health, I'm interested in that, nutrition and health. And then in terms of courses, I teach epidemiology, data science, reproducibility, data analysis, research grant writing, and so on and so forth. And you can see evidence of that in what we do at ASFI. Yeah, with regards to my experience, while I am very much interested in this, is I have over the last I would say 13 to 14 years now, I have been writing grant, applying for grants, and have been I wouldn't say very successful as that, because when you see that I have won over $11 million of grants, that in my own estimation may be around 40% success rate. 40% success rate. It's not that easy, but you require persistence, and we will talk about many of those during the course of this course. And that is why I am very much interested in taking this course. All right. So yeah, introduce yourselves using the chat box, and then of course you have detailed introduction during the group breakout sessions. You have your group, so when you get there, you can tell more about yourself. As we always do in ASFI trainings, it is not, we are not here just to give you information so that you can just go. We want you to collaborate, because that is one thing that will really boost your career. Collaborate with fellow Africans who are here. In your group, there are many of the courses you have taught. People started collaboration and they have really moved that forward to the extent that they are doing things together. They are publishing together. They are collaborating. They are writing grants together from what we have done over almost two years now we started. So please take that opportunity to collaborate. Okay, ASFI, why is ASFI here? We believe that in any society, there can be no meaningful development without science. The science must thrive. For science to thrive, scientists need to have the right competencies, need to have the capacity, need to be current, they should have the state-of-the-art knowledge base and skills that are required at each time of human development. So these are requirements, we believe. Without value-oriented scientific research, well-intentioned, with vision to solve problems, no nation can be built. And I'm not sure if anyone is able to argue that so much. Africa has been the forefront of development, but those stories are yesteryears. We have led the world in different areas, but our stories are not the same today. You know, we lag behind in almost every indicator of development and scientific output. This is why ASFI is here, to try to contribute to efforts to change this narrative. This is Index of Human Development in 1870. You can see many of the regions of the world were at the same level with Africa, but in 2015, they have moved far beyond where we are as a continent. Life expectancy in 2016, see where Africa is, resembling some nations in the world, but in 2019 and 99, based on the projection, Africa will still remain the baby of the world. Number of people without access to an improved drinking water. You can see in 1990, what was the situation with several regions of the world, where Africa was. You see that many regions have shrunk that situation. They have shrunk really, but Africa is actually increasing the number of people who do not have clean water to drink. This is a basic need of humanity. Number of people in extreme poverty, the same thing. Many nations, many regions have shrunk that number. Some have wiped it away. And the projection until 2030, Africa is really growing in the number of people in extreme poverty. Share of the population using the internet. In 2000, Africa was at par with many regions of the world. But by 2017, many nations have not changed an inch from where we were in 2000 with regards to the share of the population using the internet. That has a lot. Now, when you come to secure internet usage, in 2010, see where Africa was with many regions, but by 2017, many of these regions have moved forward, and we are the baby struggling too. And you can see that manifesting even during this course, that some of you will be dropping out, coming in, dropping out, not because you have intention to do so, or because there is really a big challenge with the internet service you have there. But this is a problem now. What you have on your screen is a problem, that the population of Africa will be growing so much that it will be, taking over Asia that has been leading. Africa will be taken by 2100. Africa will be taking over the world. So this is both a blessing and a curse. A curse in the sense that if our current situation does not change for the better, then you see this is a time bomb that will happen in the continent. But at the same time, if we change and become better, the population of a nation or a region is a blessing, because then you have the manpower to do lots of things that you could do. But the way we are going, I'm not sure whether the later being a blessing is where we may be heading to, because for many nations, instead of things improving, things are becoming even worse. And that is the challenge we have as a continent. All right. So ASFI came up with this to see how we can contribute, and you can see our vision that we want to raise the next generation of African scientists with right competencies to drive Africa's developmental and transformational agenda through innovative scientific research. And so please, as you are here, count yourself as one of those who will be putting your hand on deck to push our continent in the right direction. And one of the ways you do that is that coming to learn these skills and then applying it in your various endeavors to support the growth of the continent. Our mission to still instill excellence in African science through competence acquisition, capacity building, and career development. Our goal is to contribute to African science that tackles Africa's developmental challenges. For we believe that only a competent science can change our current narrative. We have given politicians so much opportunities, and I'm not sure how many of you will be able to confidently say they have done excellently well. Politicians are people who support the dreams of development. They are not the people who execute them, actually, in any nation. The brain behind development is based within the context of science. Those who investigate what nations need at each time, what is going wrong, what needs to be corrected, it lies within the sphere of science. And then we can present our agenda to the scientists, to the politicians, and persuade them to support such. But if the scientists are not doing anything, everybody is looking for how their career will grow. Everybody is looking for how they will work to put money, food on the table. Then we will not be in a place to generate innovations that will change our context. We have issues of flooding, we have issues of corruption, we have issues of insecurity, we have issues of bad internet, poverty. These are research questions that need to be solved. Please, if you're not speaking, mute your mic, because I see somebody who is, I hear somebody who is repeating my distance. I know you like what I'm saying, or it's touching you, but please do it silently so that we can minimize the noise. So we're here to instill excellence. Perhaps you have not been doing well in your career the way you're supposed to be. Welcome to ASFI, because we are going to push you to the wall. Things must change. That is our mantra, and we're not going back on it. So what do? We conduct seminars, and many of you have already received information about the seminars we run. We are all putting all this together to see how we can support you to do better. We have hands-on trainings, scientific research methods, capacity building, science leadership, science communication. We have mentoring programs. So each course that ends, we establish a mentoring group. So at the end of next week, when this course ends, we are going to establish a grant writing mentoring group. Temidayo, I mentioned previously, we're bringing that information before we end the course next week. We'll be telling you if you're interested in continuing to improve your skills from this course. We established that. It is free. It's free, so you don't have to go. The only thing we need from you is high level of commitment, because we will hold you accountable if you don't commit yourself to doing what you said you would do. All right, so our target audience, as I said, we do not take those who have just bachelors. We try not to, because we are looking for those who will contribute meaningfully more to what we are doing. We can't raise everybody. We can't train everybody in Africa. We have more requests than we can. So once we give these skills, those of you who are at that level, PhD professors, associate professors, lecturers, senior lecturers, you can take this back and see how you can integrate it in what you're doing to be able to also train other people. We have had several courses. This is the grant writing one. We have systematic reviews and meta-analysis that will be coming up in July. We have reproducibility and scientific research, which just finished in February. We have Art of Scientific Writing and Publishing, which comes around November, December. We also have data analysis course and software, science leadership, implementation research, and those will be coming in the future. We have the Frontier Seminar Series. This year is the 2022 one that is ongoing now. I'm the convener, and Eman is co-convening that program with me. Last year, we discussed topics. It was 3 weekly program last year, discussed topics on capacity building. But this year, we changed our vision. We are trying to showcase research that are going on in Africa from different fields of endeavor, and they allow people to present to let us know what they are doing. So the next one, I think you have got the information. Will be on how to marry different disciplines, biology, ion beam technologies, and nanotechnology, a journey into a multidisciplinary tango. That is a fantastic title. Dr. Karen will be. You see, somebody is not muted. Please mute yourself, or else I will kick you out. I've said that before. Let's respect that. If you want to speak, raise your hand, I will recognize you. And then we have the also monthly 1-hour clinic on research issues, Dr. Warren's research tips and tricks. We have had 2 editions, and we'll be having the next one on the 22nd of April. Who should be an author in a scientific paper? So please take note and join. What we have done so far, cumulatively, we are around 650 people who have trained over the last 2 years across Africa and across different courses we have done. All right, so the course we currently have now, we have 184 of you who have participated in this course, coming from 25 African countries. ASFI seminar series, the one that is coming, you can see it displayed there. So please, I've sent the information. If you don't have the link to register, please, Eman will help to put it on the chat box, pick it up there and register so that you can join the conversation. And then, of course, the tips and tricks workshop we'll have. If you want to get certificate from this course, please, you have to be faithful in participation. We have group leaders or coordinators who will be taking attendance, not just attendance of people who appear on the screen, attendance of real participation in discussion, group discussion. So each session you meet, the group coordinators, please have a form, tick it, who is attending, who is not attending, so that we use that to determine who gets certificate and who doesn't get. All our course videos are on our YouTube channel. If you have questions, you have my emails, please write me. At the end of the course, we'll have course evaluation, in which you tell us how the course has gone for you. And then, of course, we'll appoint some of you who will give a video shout out to let us know how the course has gone for you. So we'll come back to those. We do it on every of our courses. All right, we'll have our website here. We'll have ASFI Twitter account. Please take this and follow us. We need followership so that you can help to spread this news. If you go to our YouTube, subscribe to that so that you get information, like it, and spread the news. That is what you can do. So this course starts 7 a.m. GMT. I want to emphasize it because some of you already said they logged on to the system 2 hours ago or more than 2 hours ago. I'm not sure what you were doing there, but please note that this is 7 a.m. GMT. Don't lose your sleep, 2 hours sleep. Please do that. and they join us at the right time. Convert this to your local time, then you'll be in a safe ground. Yes, I have my the guest speaker to introduce and welcome this course. He just joined now, and I'm going to introduce him, Mr. Daniel Kamanga. Mr. Daniel, you're in the house, isn't it?
Yes, sir. Hi,
Great.
Bright.
Great.
Good to see you.
Yes, thank you very much. Thank you very much. You came exactly at the right time.
Thank you.
All right. So let me introduce Mr. Daniel. He is the founder and the executive director of the African Leadership Transformation Foundation, which we call ALT Foundation. He's a friend of the house. Some of you who were there during our seminar series last year could really benefit from the 2 sessions he handled. He handled a session on mentoring, and then he handled a session on leadership. You know, it is very important for us as Africans to know that even though statistically we have our continent far behind other continents, but really, as Mr. Daniel and I believe, it takes Africans really making Africa proud. Nobody would do it for us. People have tried it for many decades. So what he's bringing on board is bringing the experience that comes from the continent and using that to bring people up who can address the continent leadership issues. His organization has the vision to create 1 million leaders in 10 African countries in the next 10 years. And he will tell you how far they have gone. But from my own experience with what they are doing, they are making great impact. And his belief is that the current leadership models we have provide insufficient access to the source of performance that we actually need to have in the continent. So for this reason, he is very passionate about exploring new models of leadership that address Africa's failures in leadership. We can all attest to that. We are not where we are supposed to be. He has experience in Africa's private sector, in the media, in the telecoms, in finance, and also in the development sectors, microfinance and agriculture. He has huge experience. Anytime I speak with Mr. Daniel, I always go back to say, wow, there's something to add, there's something to get. So it's somebody that you will be interested in having conversation with. He's a long-time mentor who can really contribute to how we think and visualize. He was part of a 21 million project funded by the Bill and Melinda Gates Foundation, which brought together national research organizations from several African countries. He's the co-editor of Biotechnology in Africa, Emergency Initiatives and the Future. His recent book is titled Make a Plan or Get Lost, Personal Planning for Your 20s. That is very, very interesting topic, title for the book. So I am really delighted to have you this morning, Mr. Daniel, to open this course for us. Thank you very much. The floor is yours.
Thank you, Bright. And, you know, it's always kind of overwhelming to listen when someone introduces you. So I just want to thank you for that. I'm really humbled to be in the presence of such amazing scientists doing great things on our continent. And I was just wondering, I know that you have given me, is it 10 minutes, 15 minutes?
No, I've given you 30 minutes. 30 minutes I gave to you.
Okay, all right.
So,
okay,
so relax.
So I get to tell a couple of stories because I was thinking, what stories should I tell you? You know, so I know that this you're gathered to discuss about grant writing, and Bright has referred to a proposal that we wrote many years ago. It was a huge project, $21 million. It involves several African countries. I am almost certain that some of you may have been involved in it in one way or another in your countries. This was creating genetically engineered sorghum product, and I want to start there with a story there. So I remember that one of the scientists who was working on it, and he was in charge of the project in the organization I was working for. And I remember what happened was that he had a bereavement, and we had a board meeting, and he was going to present to the board. And I was the communication director for the project. And so he said, "Look, Daniel, I know you're not a scientist, but I think you know everything about this project. So I'm going to have to ask you to go and do my presentation." So I sat with my colleague, and he took me through the presentation. He took me through all the work that he was doing, all the field trials that were taking place, and I went and presented to the board. The board was full of scientists, and they knew that I'm not a scientist. So they asked me very difficult questions, and Silas had prepared me so well that I answered all the questions in a very satisfactory way, and that is where I got my doctorate. So in case anybody wants to, you can call me Dr. Kamanga. I don't have an official doctorate, but this was conferred to me at the board meeting. So I just want to say that I am in good company. I'm in good company talking to scientists. I'm very comfortable talking to scientists. And I want to tell you that I'll tell you the story of and why this is important for me. In 2018, after about 5 years of kind of struggling with what I was seeing on the African landscape, I had worked a lot with scientists. I had gone to, I remember doing some consultancy work, going to several laboratories in about 6 or 7 countries to look at the capacity, both the human capacity, the infrastructure capacity. So I remember going to all these, flying from one place to the other, from Uganda, Tanzania, and looking at the labs, the private labs, the public labs, and I remember doing the report together with a team that we were working with. And so one of the things that really struck me was the absence of leadership. So we had great scientists. In one place, I don't want to mention the country, but they had built a very, very, very good facility. But inside that facility, it was empty. But outside, you had big billboards talking about the lab, and but inside there were no laminar flows. There were nothing. In fact, I remember that when we went there were women sleeping on the floor inside the building. And it was not the only lab that we went to. So I think that you guys know all these issues in terms of the challenges of just being able to do what you need to do. And so for about 5 years, I was struggling with the whole issue of leadership, and especially in leadership in the development field and leadership in science, and also in technology, if I can put it that way, in Africa. So because science, you can define it as broadly as you want to define it, but generally, as you all know, we have a challenge of leadership on the continent. In fact, the vision of the Africa Leadership Transformation Foundation is an Africa that works for everyone. And I believe that when things don't work, there are actually 2 problems. One, there is an absence of leadership, and number 2, the leadership that exists is dysfunctional or is not delivering what it needs to deliver. Whether this is in politics, whether this is in the faith community, whether this is in science, I think leadership is really a big issue, and we have kind of tackled it in a piecemeal way. So so after 5 years of kind of agonizing and looking, I looked at our own organization, and there were a lot of challenges in terms of leadership. And I decided I needed to do something. I had gone to 2 leadership programs that really shifted my thinking in terms of what needs to be done. And so in 2019, in March, we launched the Alt Foundation at the Jomo Kenyatta University in Kenya, with about 9 different countries, some friends, some colleagues, a group of people that were committed to transforming Africa's leadership. Bright said that we want to create 1 million leaders in 10 years. I think that's, we looked at that 1 or 2 years ago, and we've said that we want to create 1 million leaders by 2050. The mathematics work better. You'll appreciate that having set up the foundation in 2019 in March, we are about 3 years old. And in those 3 years, we have about, let me put it this way, in those 3 years, 2 years were extremely challenging. So in the first year, we set up the infrastructure for the foundation. We have operations in Ghana, in Zambia, and in South Africa. So within 1 year, we really did a lot of work. And also in February 2020, we did our first leadership training in Ghana, where almost 100 leaders gathered. And that went very well. We had scientists from different African countries. We had academics. We worked very closely, especially with universities. We have formal relationships with Kwame Nkrumah University, for example, the University of Zambia, with Walter Sisulu universities, and others. So our focus on leadership is tenacious, and we have identified 4 areas or 4 target audiences where we are really building leadership. So one of the areas is on women leadership, and we are really interested in women in science, because I don't need to tell you the stories, especially the women who are on this call. You know the challenges that are there, especially for women in science, and especially women leadership in the African continent. So we are really interested in that. We have had some conversations with some potential partners who would want to really look at that area and see what is it that can be done. But in terms of women, I want to say that we have a program called Africa Women Leaders and Mental Well-being course, and we designed this course during the pandemic. We looked at the challenges that women were going through generally in terms of loss of jobs, reduced income. In fact, I had put together a proposal for African women scientists, but we couldn't get funding for it. But that program of the Africa Women Leaders course we have trained almost 500 women from 25 African countries. And I know that we made some scholarships available for some of the scientists who may be even on this call through the work that Bright is doing. And that leadership course is a very different type of course, because we look at things to do with, and there's a way that we define integrity. We also look at things about resilience, and we look at things to do with abuse of power, which is very prevalent in science, as in very many other areas, but it's prevalent in science in different ways. We also look at forgiveness. We look at forgiveness because when you're a leader, if you are not able to forgive yourself and forgive others, you really can't move forward. And I've worked closely with some scientists who have really many personal issues that have grounded them because maybe they have an issue with their colleagues or their bosses and things like that. So we deal a lot with, there's a lady from the US who is a forgiveness coach. She's been a Presbyterian minister for more than 30 years, and she's doing some groundbreaking work in the whole area of forgiveness. So those are the type of modules that we have. We are much more focused on the being of leadership as opposed to the knowing of leadership. So we focus a lot on the ontological methodology of training people. So in our leadership programs, you'll find that it's not so much what we cover it has more to do with what you uncover as standing in your way of leadership. And we believe that everybody is a leader. Everybody of sound mind is a leader. We define a leader as somebody who creates a future that would not happen unless it is created. So, and I believe that if there is a group of people who do that, it's scientists. You're always creating things that would not happen unless it's created. And I call it created because I want to bring a distinction of, I can say with great accuracy that in 200 years, none of us are going to be here. So you don't need to do anything about it. That's a default future. We are all going to walk into it. We'll all not be here. But there are certain things that if you don't create, it will not happen. And that's what leadership is about. So whether it is you're creating a created future for your career or for your family, for your country, whatever it is that you want to do. So so I've talked about the women's program. The women's program is going on very well. We are actually doing the third training starting in the month of June. Some of you who may be interested, you're welcome to reach out to Bright and we can see how you can get into the program. Now, I want to talk a little bit about the other program that we have. We have a program called the Faith Community. This is actually a funded program. We designed the program and it targets the faith community. As many of you know, if you are any person of faith, whatever religion you subscribe to, the faith community is very powerful in Africa. And somehow it gets sidelined until you have politics. And then the politicians want to access the pulpits and things like that. And then if you look at the challenges in the faith community, there are a lot of serious leadership issues in the faith community. So we put together a very, very powerful program that we have just finished delivering. We had amazing turnout. We had one of the bishops from Zambia who has a church of 3 million members come to the program and highly recommend the program to his leaders and other people. So we've partnered with an Anglican university in Malawi. So the point is that we are looking at the faith community and that program is going to be expanded significantly. There are two other programs that we are focused on. One is on the youth, and we are in the process of negotiating with an organization in New Zealand that has done some fantastic academic work on, they call it the map of meaning. If you want to Google it, it's in New Zealand. Some 25 years of work that has kind of stayed in New Zealand and Europe, and it's now going formally to the US, and we are bringing it to Africa really to help our young people. I looked at some statistics on suicides in Nigeria, in Kenya. They're horrifying. So the thing is, while our politicians and our religious leaders do their thing, who's going to tackle this challenge? So I believe that leadership is key, is critical. So if our young people could really find the meaning of life, they'll not be committing suicide or going into depression and things like that. I know there are other challenges, but we are saying if we can step forward the leadership of our young people, it would help. The last program, which is where we want to work with Bright and with all of you, is really in science leadership. And I've been in discussions with, we've had almost a year-long discussions with different people who are really interested in leadership in Africa. I am aware that there are a lot of organizations doing all kinds of things in terms of leadership in science in Africa. But I think that there's so much work that needs to be done. We want to step forward and make a contribution in that area. And I look forward to working with many of you. So now I would like to just, in the interest of time, look a little bit at funding, because I know that Bright has put together a very amazing funding program, and I know that many of you are looking at how do you fund. And I can tell you that I was for about 15 years or so, I was involved a lot in the whole space of funding or putting together proposals, identifying the possible donors and things like that. And I'm also in that game even right at this moment. And I can tell you I don't know about your experience, but the last 2 or 3 years has been extremely brutal. I can tell you of many organizations that have had to close, programs that don't exist anymore and things like that. And we are now in a space where it's very, very exciting. There are a lot of shifts in terms of how development work will be funded. I believe there are a lot of shifts in terms of how science will be funded. So if you are still in the old methodologies of funding, you really need to rethink again. So one of the biggest trends we have seen is impact funding. And I'll just give a short, small example. So you'll find organizations like the Gates Foundation, for example. Many of you know how their structures of funding have changed over time. And now one of the other changes that is taking now is, it's almost like venture capital. So which means that it's like venture capital, but not for private sector. It's think about social enterprise, think about how science can really move the needle and can change things, So so there are many trends that are taking place. So if you're having a conversation on funding and you're thinking about funding your work, you'll have to really look at the context, how the context is shifting. So I just want to leave you with that. I don't think that we can deal with that in the time that I have, but I want to leave the last 5 or 10 minutes for anyone who may have comments or questions, because on Zoom, if you talk more than 10 minutes, people start switching off their cameras and they're probably sleeping. So Bright, do you want to take a couple of questions?
Yeah, we have time. We have time for you. We have 10 minutes for you. So please just bring up your questions, raise your hands, and I will recognize you if you have any question for Mr. Dr. Daniel Kamanga. he got his doctorate by doing great work in this area. So that is quite commendable.
That's clear.
Yeah. Does anyone have question? Yeah, okay, I have Jerita.
Yes.
1B, please go ahead.
Yes, thank you. So I was wondering, how can we reach Mr. Daniel? He has not given us his contacts.
Okay.
Yes, thank you.
Yeah. Mr. Daniel?
I'll put my contacts on the
chat box. Okay, great. All right, then I have Ngozi Ogugua.
Okay, good morning, Mr. Daniel. I would like to know more about your work with women in science.
Okay. So if you go to our website, you're going to see that we have 4 programs. Of course, you can make change wherever you want to make change, but we have identified women, youth, faith change makers, and scientists. So I can be very open with you and tell you that the science program is really we're designing it now. We are looking at putting together a program. We will definitely work with ASFI. We have spoken to a couple of people who are interested in it because we want to do it very, very well. So I can tell you that it's in early days, and I'm happy for you to reach out directly to me or with Bright. We are going to do something on women in science that's going to make a difference. So we are actually in the process of designing. I've had some discussions with some two important funders in that area. We wanted to do something in Nigeria. Just look at women who are working in the public sector, in the private sector, in different areas, and bring them together. And first of all, identify what are the challenges that they are having and how can we deal with some of those challenges. So in a nutshell, it's something that is currently being designed. Yeah.
Okay, thanks very much for that, Ngozi. There is a hand here that is called Techno Camon. I'm not going to invite you because I've given the instruction from the beginning. Change to your real name. We want your real name. So until you do that, let me go to Titilayo Oswago. If you don't have your real name on your profile, please change that. Titilayo,
Thank
please.
you very much, sir. Thank you for your wonderful presentation, Dr. Daniel. Ngozi's question has taken care of my question. Some of us are very passionate about issues that relate to women. So I wanted to ask whether what you do has to do with the generality of women or just women in science.
Thank you, ma'am. Our foundation is focused primarily on leadership. That's our interest. So even if you see most leadership programs are off shelf. What we do is we are looking at designing a leadership program that speaks to African women in science. What are the challenges? What do they need to do? And then what we focus on is the leadership. So we may not focus with the other issues that many other players and partners are working on, but certainly when it comes to leadership, we focus on that. Let me give you an example. One of the modules we had for what we are calling the faith change makers is how do you create what I've just said, a created future. So women in science have many challenges because positionally they don't have access to resources. You know all the challenges of the women. So the point is and for example, the program that we are doing, the Africa Women Leaders course, it's designed by 5 women. So we got 5 women to design it. There are no men in that course. The only men who are in that course are there to support the women in terms of the technical capabilities and delivery, but everything is done by the women. So what we are doing is holding a space for women in science and really taking a deep dive on the issue of leadership. That's what we are going to do. So it's not the generalities. We want to go into the very specific areas of the unique challenges that face African women scientists. How can we resolve those challenges? And it's an ongoing conversation, so we don't have something complete. Yeah.
Okay, thank you.
All right, I have James Atto here, please. James? James, unmute yourself and speak.
Good morning, Doc. I have a question for our first presenter. And when he was talking, hello?
Hi, James.
Please, can you hear me?
Yes.
Hello?
James, go on. We're hearing you. You don't have
Hello?
much time. All right, let me call on Abdiaziz.
Hello?
James seems to be having a problem there. Abdiaziz, please go on.
Hello?
Thank you very much, Dr. Daniel. Can you hear me, please?
We
Yes,
hear you.
please.
Go on.
Thank you again. I'm Dr. Abdiaziz from Somalia. I don't know, Dr. Daniel, how can you have a relationship in Somalia? And yes, I think you know well Somalia, but I don't know how you get a relationship. Some organization is there. I'm the research director in Almas Training and Leadership Organization in Somalia. And our program is include youth development. So on your program is, I think you have programs those involved youth and seller. So how can we collaborate with? Is there any opportunity those we can develop or we can connect it? And future and next future, can we connect with them and collaborate with us? Thank you.
So Dr. Abdiaziz, I just want to say quickly that we are going to be working very closely with ASFI, and I would really appreciate if you could just reach out to Bright. Bright is going to reach out to me. Thank you, Ngozi. I've seen your contact. Again, if we can work just so that we have a semblance of order. I'm happy for you to reach out directly to me, but we are working with ASFI. We'll have a contract. We are going to do joint programs to focus on science leadership. So thank you so much for the possibility of working in Somalia. I'm Kenyan. I live in South Africa, and the world has become a small place. So I've seen somebody ask whether we are going to work in other African countries. Of course, I just mentioned Nigeria because I've worked a lot in Nigeria with ABU in the north, and I've done different things in Nigeria. So, but we are African. This is our continent. This is our home. We have to resolve even when we have help from people who are from outside. I can tell you in the courses that we do, I tell all those people who are from outside, you better be training 2 or 3 women to take over from you, because we don't want you to, we appreciate you helping us, but we have to help ourselves. That's my attitude. Yeah. So thanks, Brett. Yeah.
Thank you.
Thank
Do
you,
you
Dr.
have time for the 2 hands up? Do you have time
Yeah,
for that?
I can take some 2 more questions.
Okay, so I have Helena, and after that I have Igunjobi. So Helena, please.
Okay, thank you, Prof. Thank you, Dr. Kamanga. Please, you mentioned a women's program in June, and I'm curious about that. I was wondering what exactly it is about. Is it leadership, or it's the one that has to do with faith, and also how to sign up for that?
So the women's program in June is the 3rd of the Africa Women Leadership course. So what I'm going to do is that I'm gonna just put the link on the again, but if you want, you've got my email is there. So if you reach out to me, I can send you the details for it. We are currently taking some enrollments, but it's a focus on leadership. And there are 5 women who teach on it. So all the details are going to be on the website. I'm just going to put the details on the website, if you don't mind.
Yes, please. Thank you very much.
Okay.
All right, Igunjobi, please.
Yes. Good morning, everyone. So
Morning.
I'm happy to be part of this, and I appreciate the moderator, our speakers. So I would like to ask about the link to join the African women leaders and the criteria to. So that's my question. Thank you. Over.
So a good job. Are you talking about the program that is starting in June? Okay, so if you're talking about the program that is starting in June, I've put the details on the website, and you can apply for it. If there is anything in terms of the clearing, in terms of how you want to participate, because of the great relationship that we have with Bright, I'm very happy to get in touch with you. If you want to go through Dr. Nwaru, you are welcome to do that. So however you want to do it, but I'm just excited about the possibility of doing some leadership work with scientists in Africa. I want to say both men and women, but I think that everybody will agree that in terms of science, it's really a male-dominated sector. Lots of challenges in it. I'm very happy to work in Somalia and other countries. Whatever it is that we can be able to do, I'm happy for us to do it. Yeah, so thank you very much.
Yeah, thanks very much, Mr. Daniel. This is very much appreciated. There is a last request. If you can just do that before you zoom out, they want the, yeah, you have put it there. So the website is already there. We appreciate, I think this is a very good sensitization Mr. Daniel has brought here. We are looking for like minds across Africa that will bring value to what we are doing, and what he's doing in the area of leadership is commendable, and much more will be coming. The Art Foundation is just 3 years, and so 10 years they have the plan to create 1 million leaders. Please don't be left out, be part of that number. And for ASFI, we are keen to see how we can partner to really shake the arena of science, because that is an arena that has been neglected for ages. And any part of the world that things are happening, science is a key part of that discussion. Women, of course, need to be integrated wholly in taking this. So, Mr. Daniel, we really appreciate your coming here, and we hope to be in touch.
Thank you so much. I really appreciate, and really I'm very proud of what ASFI is doing and what you have done. You are also a young organization, but I can tell you we are the new kids on the block, and we are going to rock the place.
Yes.
Thank you, and God bless you. Yeah.
Thank you. Thank you. Much appreciated.
Bye.
Okay, bye.
Okay.
All right, everyone, welcome for those who just joining. We have taken 1 hour now, so we're going to take usually our short break, 10 minutes, and we are going to be back after that. So let's come back at 15 minutes past the hour, wherever you are. So just 15 minutes past the hour. Okay, welcome everyone. Welcome everyone. Let me finish part of the introduction I started before Mr. Daniel made his presentation. Just to highlight some of the things we have done so far, where we have come through, and what our conclusions are. That in terms of the progress African science is making, the elephant in the room is faculty capacity building and development. There are many opportunities people have across the continent in their local settings and so on and so forth. But not having the capacity has been a point of disadvantage. And so it's not possible to excel if you do not know what to do. Many institutions across the continent have very fine vision and strategies they have put in place, but those are just on paper. Those are just written documents. Without a conscious effort to equip faculties and staff of each institution in a continuous way, it's difficult really to make those visions and strategies to succeed. That is a reality. I think only few people will be able to doubt that. And we have seen that there is a strong hunger on capacity building of staff and faculties across the continent. And you can see that evidence in a course we advertise like this. People are hungry for applying. Even this morning, some people are asking if they can join, but the time has passed because there are many people who could not access this, and we do not have that capacity to accommodate everybody. So there's a strong hunger we see across the continent of university and institutional staff trying to improve their capacity. So we are here to see how we can support in filling this gap. And what we do here is that we don't only train you, we mentor you. I mentioned at the end of this course, we'll have opportunity to establish the mentoring group for grant writing from this course. We also establish a platform for collaboration. Many of you who have not attended our trainings before that are here, you see how this manifests. Please, in your groups, collaborate. The course we teach, or the courses we teach, are hands-on. They are not things we give you theory and then you begin to think about it. Each course ends up with a product you can be happy with. And once you go through those hands-on projects and assignments, they all combine to give you the skills that you need to succeed from what we're doing. And then Africa is our focus. As I mentioned earlier, it takes Africans to build Africa to get us out of our current challenges. You know, many of us think that is there. Or you go to Harvard, you go to Stanford, you go there. Yeah, of course, those are fine places. but African problems can really be solved in better ways by Africans. And the reason why I say that is that we wear the shoes, we know where it is pinching, and we know how to address them. We speak the African language. And for many of us who have had the privilege also to be in this part of the world, it is what they know we know. But there is a very bad low self-esteem. Many Africans express that it is when the white man give you solution, that is when it's authentic. We actually undervalue what we have, and that is a problem. So we bring passion. We bring passion to what we are doing here because we believe that we have the solutions we bring on board to support our continent. But what we do is so far a drop in the ocean. It's a drop of water in the ocean, really, because there are very, very huge interests across the continent, and we can't reach everybody. But we'll continue to do our best. And one thing that is unique about what we do is we train you across all aspects of scientific process. The courses we have offered so far, some of you have taken all of these courses. And if you are asked to indicate how much this has been benefit to you, the stories are always amazing. I remember now, in July this year, ASFI will be 3 years or 3 years and a few months. So we will, like we did last year, we will be having our 2-year anniversary, and we invite people who have gone through this to tell us how this has added to their career development. And so please, we'll make the announcement when the time comes, just for you to be prepared, especially those of you who have gone through all the trainings we have had so far, how this has been beneficial to you, and to tell that story in an African way, to an African audience. I think it's fantastic as a motivation. All right. So our plan so far, we are 2 years now, and we set out from the beginning that we will have a 3-year plan to offer free trainings to Africans. By the end of this year, the free trainings will elapse, and we will see if we get grants and funding to support what we are doing. We'll continue to offer this free of charge. But as you can see, this requires lots of resources. So if not, from January next year, our trainings will not be free, but we'll communicate that just to let you know that we had a plan when we started, and we are working in that plan. We have trained, after this course, we would have trained around 800 Africans in the course of the last 2 years, and that is tremendous effort. We have made, in terms of our courses, our 1-week full-time course, these are not including our seminar series or the tips and tricks. No, this is just the course we train people as you are in during this 1 week. We are going to train this. So around 800 people. That is, we are proud of that milestone we have achieved, and hopefully by the time this year ends, the other courses we have to offer free of charge, I think we will be elapsing 1,000. Actually, we set out, when we said 3-year plan, we had 500 in mind, but we have passed that, and that is a big hooray for ASFI, and we will confidently double that and more by the end of this year. All right. The other thing we are doing at the moment is that we are providing institutional tailored capacity building development programs. So how we do this is that some institutions want us to perform needs assessment. We do that to see where their research capacity is, to make assessment of what they need, what they don't have, what they have, and then we propose the track of trainings they can undertake in going forward to improve the capacity of their staff to perform. So that is one thing we do. And these institutional based programs are not free. And the free program I've just mentioned that we train people, that is ASFI initiated training. Some institutions have contacted us to train their staff. Those are not free. And I hope you can understand that, Glenn. And then the third thing is, this year, we have opened the space to partner with institutions who are interested in partnering and organizing our courses. And of course, the institution we organize, we will train, we'll have the partnership agreement, the institution will charge the participants or so on and so forth. And ASFI will provide the training. So we are engaged in institutional partnership, and a number of institutions are already interested, and we are going through discussions on that. So please, if you think your institution is interested in such partnership, get in touch. We'll make presentation to you, and I think it's fantastic. Institutions want to have such kind of partnership the way we are presenting it. If your institution is interested, get in touch. You have my email, and then we can take it from there. All right, so the rules, please mute yourself when you are here, change your name to include your group number, mute yourself so that we don't knock you out. Introduce yourself using the chat box, and then of course, see now there's somebody who is already disobeying this now. Okay, and as I can see, I see many of you that do not have real names. When it is time to send it to your groups, you can't be sent to the groups. Change your names, have real names, and then of course include your group number, please. All right. Let's see. All right, let's move on. So what you have on your screen is what we will be adhering to in terms of our timetables. We'll take our lunch 10:30 to 11:30 GMT. When it's time for that, I will let you know. And there's flexibility on this. If peradventure we finish early or late, then we can adjust. So today, what I will be doing is to give the introduction and present the context of research funding and grant writing. And I want you to take it step by step with us. At ASFI trainings, the way we organize it is that we allow you to get yourself assimilated into the context. But the context is very important. The context is very important. All right, then tomorrow we will be going through the aims, the background, significance on Wednesday, on the third day, Friday, we'll be going through the work plan, the budget, and the impact session. Mr. Daniel, as you heard from him, mentioned something about impact funding or impact grant. We'll look at the issues of impact. On the fourth day, which will be Monday next week, we'll look at issues of clarity and common grant writing pitfalls. Some of you might have tried several times and say, well, like one of my friends, I'll be using an example this week, who was when I was doing my doctoral degree, and then he will always come to say, well, Brad, I'm not applying for this grant this time because these people don't like my face. And the thing is that they have not seen his face before. Okay, they have never seen my friend's face before. He just sends the paper and they make assessment of the paper. But he come and say, Bright, I have applied to this thing 5 times, and these people don't like my face because each time they turn me down. Okay, so I'm not applying again. And what is the problem? You know, and we are going to be talking about those issues these 5 days. And I want you to get prepared because this is an arena that many academics, many faculties are afraid of getting into. They have failed, okay? They have failed. Now, I see what some of you are doing. You are writing your group numbers and your names on the chat box. That's not what I meant. That's not what I meant. Those of you who have attended this course before, I see some names that have attended this course, our trainings before, and they are still doing the same. I want you to go to the place where your image appears on Zoom. Go to the top right and then click the 3 dots there. When you click it, you see a pull-down menu that will come. You have rename. Use that to change your name because I want to see when I'm looking at you, I know your name and I know your group. I didn't say you should put your name and group number on the chat box. Don't do that, okay? All right, so please do that. Now, so my friend will say that, you know, they don't like my face. 5 times I've applied, they didn't like my face. But even he doesn't put his passport photograph in this thing, but he concludes that they don't like his face. But maybe that is the story of some of you. Really, you have tried and you have tried and you have tried, and it's not working. I want to assure you, throughout these 5 days, it's not a result of not liking your face, okay? It's not a result of not liking your face. Please, if you're not speaking, mute your distance so that we don't knock you out. I've said that over and over again. If you're not speaking, mute it. All right. So it's not that they don't like your face. Okay, so really it's time to start removing people from this thing. All right, so it's a situation that I will be explaining these 5 days. There are rules, okay? In December 2021, we looked at scientific writing and publishing. Scientific writing and publishing is different from grant writing, okay? So don't think that because I have proficiency in writing scientific papers, it's not the same thing as writing grants. They are 2 different things, okay? So there are rules of engagement. There are rules of engagement. It's not a matter of how much you can write nicely. There are rules of engagement. And these 5 days, what we want to do is to give you the rules of engagement that will put you on a pedestal of success. On a pedestal of success. If you have failed before, then at the end of this this course, I will tell you that there are areas you can improve. Okay, there are areas you can improve, and it will be interesting to see how that story goes. We had the first grant writing course last year, yeah, and some of you who attended, we got very good testimonials. Their success rate increased, and so we want to hear such stories in going forward as well. All right. All right, so on the fourth day, we are going to look at this clarity, common ground pitfalls, and we'll highlight to you some of the things you need to do better. And the last day, we look at CVs, how to consult your CVs, things that you need. It will be interesting to see what some of you put on your CV, and you don't need that. It's a waste of space. How you submit a grant, peer review, and of course, we'll go through the group presentations we're going to. So we have lectures, group work groups, nuggets. Nuggets, we'll be doing that this week. And these are some experiences people who have gone through this have shared on how to succeed. So each group has a nugget they'll be presenting during the course of these 5 days. And in your group, a folder that is already there. And I hope everybody has been able to access the folder, the Google Drive folder. If you have not, I have sent the link, even though some of you keep on asking me. All right, so if you don't know how to, some people are still writing their names on the chat box. You don't understand what I'm talking about. I said, if I stop sharing now, let me stop sharing. So you can see what is there. You can see yourself, isn't it? You can see your rectangle where you belong. And so put your cursor on your picture there, whether it's your video or your picture, put your cursor there. If you put it, you see two things will be activated, two blue menus. One, I think so, or I'm not so sure whether you're seeing one, but there's one that you will not miss, and that is a blue window that shows 3 dots. Okay, click that and you see a drop-down menu, and you see rename somewhere there. Click rename and change your name. Click rename and change your name. Yeah, I hope it's clear. Or does anyone have problems with that? Still? All right. Let's move on. All right. And then finally, I want to say that at the end of these 5 weeks, in fact, you are the lucky bag of what we have done so far in ASFI, because our courses have always been Monday to Friday, but we have 3 days before the weekend and 2 days after the weekend. So I think you have opportunity to do greater things than the other groups would have done because of the packed 5 days of the week, working days. So the key thing here now is that the final project each group will do is to write a full grant application. Okay, a full grant application. Each group will write that, and I will get into that in our presentation going forward. So get ready. And because you have the weekend, and I think you have opportunity to really do better things. So this is what I was saying. When you change, you rename yourself, write your name as I have here, and then put your group at the end. After each day, the lecture slides will be put on the Google Drive folder for lecture slides. So you'll be able to pick that up if you are interested in picking the lecture slides. And then the recordings or the videos from our lectures, as we have, will be put on our YouTube channel. I have given you the link. So if you want to watch them over again, you go to our YouTube channel to look at that. We'll have group task. Your funder, each one of you, when we get to that part, each one of you will, each group I mean, will have to do that, and we'll send the answers to the questions that are raised. I need that document before end of Friday. Before this task, you will do it today, but I need that document before end of Friday. And the issue is that I want to collect those documents and open a folder on the Google Drive, so that every group can share from what others have done, because it's important. Some people are asking, where do I apply for grants and so on? What do they require? So this assignment will be given later today. Will be able to support that process. And so the nuggets. So please take note of this. Group 1 we present before lunch tomorrow. So your own nugget, group 1, is already in your folder. You have to look at it, find a time to look at it, discuss it, and then you're presenting it tomorrow. And the way the presentations go is that each group will appoint somebody, not necessarily the group coordinator. The group coordinators are there to take note of those who are actively participating in the group breakout sessions. Actively participating. So group leaders or group coordinators, each time you go for breakout session, tick those who actively participated, not those who put their pictures and then are not able to say anything or doing something else there. So active participation. And group 2 is after lunch tomorrow, and group 3 is before we end tomorrow. Okay, and we'll continue in this way. On the third day, that is Friday, group 4, group 5, group 6, we take the same way to present their nuggets. And groups 7 and to 9 will be on the 4th day, and that is on Monday. And group 10 we present on the last day of the course. So if you have any question, raise your hand, and then I will recognize you, and then you can ask your question. All right, this is the project you will be doing. Sorry, this is not Dropbox. We used to use Dropbox for this course before, but now it's Google Drive. You are going to develop a grant application, and based on the topic, a topic generated from one of the given broad areas. Okay, these are the broad areas, and these are describing the problem areas that we have. These are not the only problems we have in Africa, but these are areas that we have issues. We have listed. You choose which area you want to work on, and then develop a grant topic from there, from each area. You have chosen each group. And then during the course, each group formulates the various sections of the application based on the topic they have crafted from the areas. Yeah, we wanted people to have peer review of their grant, but we'll skip this because this may not be possible. On the last day of the course, each group uses 10 minutes to present the application, the lesson learned through the process, and we can all contribute in fine-tuning it. Okay, some groups in the past have developed, and they actually went ahead to submit their grant application they have developed from this course. So after the course, they went on to develop it more and more. So you can take that strategy as well. All right. So I'm giving you 1 hour now. 1 good hour. 1 good hour. And that good hour I'm giving you is for you to address this question. You are all here today. Several motivations have really brought you here. Some of you because of previous experience you have with ASFI, some of you from what you have heard from friends, some of you trying to really deal with the issue of failure in grant. Some of you have not done it before, you want to learn how to do it. So several motivations. But the question is, why do you need a grant? Why do you need it? Why is a grant important for you? Why do you need it? What would being successful with grants do to your career as a scientist? Is it really necessary to succeed with grants? Is it worth the time invested in securing one? You know, some of you may think, oh, 1 hour is too much. Okay, yes. You can answer these questions in 2 minutes. But in ASFI training, we want you to brainstorm. We want you to pour your heart out. We want you to get it out, bring it out, so that when we meet, we are going to discuss these things. So what I would like you to do now is you go out in your groups and you discuss these issues and appoint somebody to address these questions for you. And the person is going to use only 2 minutes to make the presentation when we come back. So I'm going to call you back after 1 hour, giving you time to discuss these issues. Okay, so you can take a picture of this. If you forget the questions, take a picture. I'll give you a few seconds, take a picture, and then I will assign you to your groups now. So now I will open the groups. And so you choose your group and move on. All right, welcome everyone. Group 1, I think you have to kickstart. Why is a grant important for you? Why do you need a grant? What would being successful with grants do to your career as a scientist? Is it really necessary to succeed with grant? Is it worth the time invested in securing one? Okay, group 1. So 2 minutes, 2 minutes. Give us what you have come up with.
Okay, good afternoon, good morning, wherever you are. Can I do a slide share? Is it?
Yeah, just go ahead.
1 second, sorry. Okay, can you sit?
Yeah.
Okay. So why do we need a grant? And the first question was, why is it important for you? Why is grant important for you? We decided to define a grant first, which comes when you have an idea and you want to achieve a goal by executing that idea. But then you had to present it to donors, and when they're pleased, they give you a grant to execute your idea. And so why is it important? So your aim is to improve welfare of the community and society, like being able to build infrastructure, have better knowledge of challenge, and get solution for those challenges in the community you live. But then the grant will help you do that, but then take care of financial needs, and because the research are very expensive, so you'll be able to do research if you get a grant. So it's, why do we need a grant? We say, as we said, it's to be able to succeed in the agenda. So the research idea you're working on, and then the grant will execute that research idea, and you address projects to address the policy gaps or solve societal problems. Then it also grants help visibility as a researcher. Sorry, what would being successful with grants to do to your career as a scientist? But first you collaborate with others, but it gaps the financial demands in institution. It enhances professional merit and still moves the agenda forward, but it also brings the satisfaction if you happen to get that grant. And then it is associated with research growth and development. So the final one was, is it really necessary to succeed with grants? Is it worth the time invested in securing one? And we said yes, because development is associated and it is helped by research, because in research helps in innovation and you get novel products. But then whatever depends on research, the decision depending on research, which are research based, they lead to right policies and right intervention and therefore better development. Then it's changed the life of your community for good. Thank you. Anyone from the group, if you have anything?
No, we don't have time now for that. Thanks very
you.
much. Let me just mute everyone for now. And so if you want to speak, group 2, just let me know who is speaking. Raise your hand and I will unmute you because I still hear lots of noise behind. All right, group 2, who is going for you is Luginle. Yeah, you can go. Who is sharing? Please stop sharing if it's group 1, so that group 2, if they want to share. Luginle, please. I've asked you to unmute. Yeah, but we are not hearing you.
Sorry, I can't share my screen because someone's sharing.
Yeah, Edna, can you stop sharing? Great, thanks.
Hi, everyone.
Good day.
Yes, so my presentation is titled The Need for a Grant, and we're in group 2. So the first question was, why do we need a grant? We've decided that a grant provides resources, whether it's capital, manpower, hardware, software, services, etc. And those resources are essential to carry out evidence-based information. And secondly, the grant enhances visibility for us researchers to other funders. So why is a grant important for us? So the grant enables us researchers to action out our research objectives. And once complete, we can use the outcome for publications or to provide a service, and also to graduate for our degree purposes. Also, you can use the outcome to apply for more grants. After all, success breeds more success. Second point is the grant addresses a local or national problem, build infrastructure, and perform academic research. Receiving a grant can be prestigious and can give an organization instant credibility and public exposure. Lastly, countries complain of insufficient funds. Thus, grants can augment government's funds available for research. The third question was, why would being successful with grants do to your career as a scientist? We as a group have decided that it will help to translate research ideas to evidence-based policies, and as such provide solutions to previously unanswered questions at a local, national, or international levels. Secondly, it will increase capacity building and professional networking. And in a personal level, it will help to boost the researchers' curriculum vitae, position them to win more grants and advance their careers. It is really necessary to succeed with grants. It is. That's why it's not a question. We just said, yes, it is really necessary, because it is a red flag when assessing a scientist's competency. It increases the confidence level of a scientist or a researcher. It also allows the successful conduct of planned research projects with previewed timelines. Lastly, we said, yes, it is worth the time to invest in securing a grant, because the benefits that accrue from the grant assessment is worth it. However, when it is not successful, one can move on with lessons learned, but one will not remain at baseline. No one or organization will give you their money if you don't take the time to explain clearly and concisely why you need the money, how you plan to spend the money, and what you need the money for. So in summary, it is important to invest time in doing your grant. Thank you.
All right, thanks very much. Group 2, great, great. Group 3, who is presenting for group 3?
I'm here.
Okay, Mori.
Yes, but unfortunately, we didn't type.
Yeah, go ahead and tell us what you have.
Yes, for us, we are looking at the 3 questions as all of them related. But we first started by defining what is a grant. And we say that a grant is any research support. It can be material, non-material, that a scientist gets in order to do his or her work. And this can be equipment, it can be partnership, it can be networks, whether local or international. And why do we need grants? Why is the grant important? First is to avail money for researchers, because research is expensive, so you need to be supported. Secondly is to create networks, collaborations, connections among a body of scientists or society of scientists. Thirdly is to solve practical problems in the society. We gave an example of Corona, which needed a lot of collaboration to solve the problem, HIV and so on. Then the other point is to increase capacities and mentorship. This is in terms of equipments as well as skills. Then the other point is contribution to science. We need to have grants so that we contribute to science by creating impact and generating knowledge through empirical evidence. The other point is it is a requirement for career development and progress. Most of us are from institutions, and when you are going for your promotions, for example, they ask you, how much grants have you brought to this institution? Then the other one is impact creation. This is in terms of discoveries. Grants are very important for discoveries like vaccines. Grants are important for ranking of institutions. So most of our African institutions, universities, for example, are ranked based on the number of funds, number of projects, number of discoveries we are bringing in science and development. Then for development of society, nations, and the world. The other point is for development of indigenous knowledge and also publications or outputs out of the research we do, the books, the journals, knowledge labs, and so on, the database.
Okay, 20 seconds to finish, please.
Is it necessary to succeed in grants? We are saying yes, because we cannot do without support. So grant can be local or external. Thank you.
Thank you very much. All right, group 4. Christelle, I guess you are presenting for group 4, eh? Yeah, we don't hear you, Christelle, really. Your voice is quite far away from the mic.
Okay. With our coordinator and other members of our group, we went for the first quiz. Why is
Christelle, if you speak directly to your mic, it will help. Your voice is still a little bit far from.
Okay, can you hear me now?
Better now.
Okay. Why is a grant important for you? Grant is important for us to get funds for the research, to conduct easily the research. And in Africa, we don't have sufficient money. And to promote African development through the research, we need to find a grant. It is very difficult to carry a large scale of study because we don't have enough money. And through grants, an organization receives valuable resources to support its activities. From grants, additional funding is received for the expansion of the organization's vision. Funds help us to disseminate our results and to be more impactful with grants. And with grants, we have the opportunities to get facilities, equipment, and help students to achieve their thesis project. Why is a grant important for you? Why we need grants? People know more your organization when you win a grant. Win a grant contribute to the visibility of the organization. For some grants, you need to interact with other researchers, so it's important to broaden the field of research. We need grants to conduct a research to impact a wider community with our research. And grants can provide resources to do a lot of important work, such as address a local or national problem, build infrastructure, and perform academic research. We need also a grant to be prestigious and give an organization instant credibility and public exposure. Grant helps in adequate coverage of wider scope of research where necessary. And grant creates room for more social networks and to know challenges of other societies. What would being successful with grants do to your career as a scientist? Winning grants give you more visibility to evolve a science and have a greater impact on the community. It is really necessary to succeed with grants and also to increase one's credibility. Thank you.
Thanks very much. Group 4, let's go to group 5. And so for announcement, please, those that have presented and the groups that will present, please, after the session, send your presentation to me because other groups are asking for them so that I can put them in the Google Drive so that others can pick. So please, those who have presented or the group coordinators of each group, send it to me and then I will coordinate that. All right, who is presenting for group 5? I don't see any hand for group 5. Group 5, who is presenting? Group 6, who is presenting for group 6?
I'm presenting for group 6.
Who is that?
It's Grace. Okay.
All right,
okay,
sir.
okay.
Okay, Prof. Please go on.
Thank you very much. I'll send the presentation after this time. The first question is, why is grant important for you? In our group, we agree that as researchers, we need to make impacts, especially most of us are in academics, and the university has 3 mandates, 3 I-headed mandates, which is teaching, research, and community service. To carry out research, you definitely need fund. And most of our institutions, whether universities or research institutions, are inadequately funded. And so to support the research, which can impact community service as well as teaching, there is need for us to have funding to get support. There are so many problems also, especially in Africa, that needs to be solved and can be solved only through research, and research will need funding. It's also, grant is also a means to meet the SDGs, that's through research. It also encourages networking when we apply for grants, usually it's not a single individual. You work with others to apply for grants. And so it encourages networking and collaboration. It's also important for career development. The second question, why do we need a grant? One, we said to fulfill our mandate. I've talked about the mandate as researchers. It also helps us to support innovations. It helps to maintain quality of research, the quality of our research, because if you have enough funds to carry out the research, then it's most likely going to be quality research. It ensures successful outcome of the research. So you don't get halfway and then the fund is no longer available. But if it is well funded through grants, you can also be assured of a successful outcome, especially with discipline and hard work. It helps to be relevant in one's discipline to solve prevailing problems. It also helps to motivate the researcher, because the more you have grants to carry out the work, the more you are motivated. What would being successful with grants do to you as to your career as a scientist? It will increase our visibility through publications from your research outputs, through increase in citations. It drives innovation. It motivates the scientists to do more. It increases the confidence of the researcher. It helps you to mentor, because if you have grants, you can help PhD students, MSc students. Is it necessary to succeed with grants? Yes. In order to achieve all the goals we have highlighted, fund is needed to help to succeed and also to make your work to move faster. Like I said, you're able to support PhD, MSc students and the younger ones to also motivate you to keep trying. Grants, when the grant is also judiciously used, it helps to solve problems. For example, someone has talked about COVID-19. Without grants, vaccines and other information we have on COVID-19 would not have been possible, especially in Africa.
Okay.
And then if you watch the time, yes, time is money, money is time. Thank you.
Great. That is a very wonderful part to end it. Time is money, money is time. That is in the next 5 days, what we will be looking at, money, issues of money. All right, group 7, I guess it is Tony Deya who is presenting for group 7. If so, please go on.
Please kindly allow me to share my.
Go on, go on.
Why is it important? Why is a grant important for you? So we address this by saying that it gives you an opportunity to address issues that are current and important in our countries. It also is important in building career and networking with other researchers in the field that you're interested in. And it's also important in financial ability to carry out research. The second question was, why do you need a grant? The first one was to enable one, carry quality research to address problems or concerns which could not be addressed without financial assistance, to allocate enough financial assistance to advance or address complex scientific research. A grant allows researchers to explore subjects in more communal participation and benefits. A grant helps to improve already existing research and social facilities. Grants also provide educational opportunity for societal less privileged. And the last one, why would you be successful with grants? It's really necessary to succeed with grants, yes, because getting grant is an opportunity for career growth as well as capacity building. It also gives visibility to scientists, and it's also an opportunity for technology transfer as well as skill share. And lastly, is it worth time invested in securing one? Yes, because it gives the researcher and his team credibility and reputation. Second one, it broadens one's horizon and ability to search and strengthen your grant writing skills. Therefore, it is worth investing time in grant writing and succeed in it. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Group 7, fantastic as well. Okay, let's go to Group 8. I guess Miriam Barabara, you are presenting, eh?
Yeah. Yes,
Yes,
Mariam. Yeah.
Great.
Let me share.
Yes, allow us to share the screen. Ahmed is
just
going to share.
Just go on and share. You have you're free to share.
Okay, so I'm presenting from Group 8. I'm called Mariam. From Group 8, the first question was why a grant is important to you. So in our group, we have discussed the following: to overcome financial burden, resource scans, especially in Africa continent. So in order to conduct the wide research, we will need this grant is very important to implement your study research, and you cannot implement if you don't have the grant. Another point, solve challenges facing in specific area research conducted. Another one, to enhance competitive research. This is why it's good to have the grant, to enable to obtain your findings through grants, provide you to conduct a capacity building. Another point, to assist you to find reliable results. Another point, to boost your career development. Also, it increases the visibility of researchers and their affiliations. Okay, the second question, why do you need a grant? So this supports to implement a greater study research. So another point, engaging high quality research and building networking with widened scope of research. Also in academic mentorship and institutional research development. That's why we need a grant, and also it motivates in research implementation. Yes, the last question, why will being successful with the grant to your career as a scientist? The first question, there were two questions. The first question, our answer was yes. In order to, is it necessary to succeed with grants? The answer is yes, in order to demonstrate your results. Another point, Ahmed, may you move, please? Okay. Ahmed, can
Yes, yeah.
Okay. Also enables networking and the capability to widen your skills. So,
all right.
The last question, is it worth the time invested in the securing one? The answer is yes. Enable you to increase skill.
Research and development. Eh?
Research and development.
Great. Okay. Thanks very much. Group 9, are you there? I don't see any hand. And Group 10, anyone who is presenting, please show your hand beforehand. Group 9, who is presenting? Yeah. Mary, you're raising your hand in your house. I wanted you to raise your hand here. Okay, let me give you. All right. You can unmute yourself and speak, Mary. Yeah, you see something pops up in your distance to unmute yourself. Great. Now you can speak.
All right. I'm presenting for group 10. So we're starting, that's sorry. Okay. So first, we decide to define what a grant is, and we said it's a sum of money given by the government, NGOs, or any other organization for a particular purpose, in this regard, research. And so the first question is, why is grant important for us? Our answers are, it helps us to facilitate completion of our research projects, and it helps us embark on groundbreaking and meaningful research. It also helps us solve societal problems. That is the main purpose of conducting research. It helps finance graduate students' research work. It also helps lecturers to, in their onward, like their career advancement. It helps us to be able to research more to upgrade ourselves. It helps us communicate our findings to others, since that is actually why we conduct research, to solve issues in the society and also bridge gaps that have been created. And the second one is, why do you need a grant? We need it to help us communicate our research findings through seminars, conferences, and publications. It also help us to gain employment and relieve lecturers of their workloads and completion of their research projects. It also helps in mentoring brilliant students under us and support their research work as well. It also helps us in capacity building through workshops. We attend workshops to also learn, and then conferences, and to educate others on our findings. And then the third is, what would being able to gain the, how do you call it, the grant help us to do? Actually, for us, it will help us in our career promotion and facilitation of our research work. It will also help us collaborate with other scholars across the globe, so we can also broaden our scope on research work. And it will facilitate community outreach and programs to help them. The last one is it necessary? Yes, it's necessary so that all the points I've raised earlier can be fulfilled. And is it worth the time? Yes, it's worth the time, because even if you are not able to even gain a grant, you will learn, because some of the processes you have to go through before getting this will open you up to new things that you have to learn. So if you're not even able to even gain a grant in the first approach, you might have learned something that will help you be able to write better ones or do the right thing in the next one that will land you a big one for your research. Thank you.
Great. Thank you very much. Thank you very much. All the groups, group 5 and group 9 were absent. So please take note that you are present to give your presentation when it's time. I think what you have,
Hello, group 5.
yeah, we have passed that presentation now. Okay, once we get to group 10, we have passed. So please just meet yourself. Always be ready when it's time to get your group. So please try to be ready. Now I want to make a request before we progress. I want to move our lunch to 1 hour ahead. So instead of 10:30 GMT, let's go for 11:30 GMT, because I want to really cover this context and introduction before we really start getting into some of the nitty-gritty of this course after the lunch. So we go for our lunch at 11:30. Okay. So I will take 1 hour extra before the lunch. Now, all the groups have really responded fantastically well. So your 1 hour was really used very well to prepare this. So just to summarize, of course, there are lots of fantastic things you mentioned there that I couldn't add much to. Why do you need a grant? Opportunity to contribute to change in our society. Science should solve societal problems. Who funds it? You see, who funds it? Research you do should bring solutions to our everyday life. And if you are a researcher and your research does not have this as the ultimate goal, then you are not in the right place, because that is what our research should do. Africa has numerous problems, and I started this course by showing you where we are doing woefully badly. Of course, you can engage the whole day trying to understand how did we get there. Well, that is an important question, but where we are now is really how do we get out of the mess? And research is the avenue to begin to provide evidence-based solutions to these things. Okay? And so if that is the case, the question is, who funds the research? Because research needs money, needs lots of money, I tell you. And you know that money is not something that anyone has enough. If you ask Bill Gates today, do you need more? He will say yes. Okay. When let's say it was in the 90s, you tell him, well, if I give you $15 billion, what will you do? I don't need that. That's too much. But today, ask him when he has over 100 billion, is that enough? He will tell you no. And that is how human beings are. The economics, they tell us the human needs are too much. You know, human needs are too much. What is scarce is the resources to solve them. So who funds it? Research requires lots of money to fund. Who funds it? That is a big question. And you know, because many times we do not really understand who funds research, we begin to get money to fund research from avenues that are not really the avenues. And those who are supposed to fund research are not funding it because also they do not know what research brings to the table in terms of societal development, you know? But clearly, just to answer that question, is that research is funded by the society. And society is defined here broadly. Government, private sector, civil society, different organizations within the society. It is not the scientists who fund research. I know this will raise dust. Last year when I taught this course, people were saying, oh, what are you saying? You can see the last point where I'm going on my screen, okay? I know some of you will bring the issue again. But the thing is that it is not the duty of scientists, of researchers to fund research. That is not your goal. You are only an employee of the society to provide solution. And society should solve this issue by providing you funds. In my research group here, where I am, we just launched a platform last week. And we are really proud of that platform. We have been working on that platform for 2 years now. So we got a grant from an organization here, and the motivation of that grant we got is to bridge the gap. Okay, we call it bridge the gap. Different gaps we are trying to bridge here. One is that we want to bridge the gap between scientists and the general public, okay? The scientists and the general public. And the thing is that many of the things we do as scientists end up being published in journals. And the general public usually that does not have technical understanding of those technical things we do, don't get to have access to the research we do. But in this part of the world, it is the general public that funds the research, but they do not get the feedback. Of course, what they fund, we use it to develop different solutions. But even at that, they need to understand the data they contribute, the research they fund, what is the result that come out of that. And so what we set out in this project is to bridge that communication gap so that if we publish any piece of research, we have the general public version of it. So on our website, we give what we have published in the journal, we translate it to a level the general public can understand. That is in my own area of research. And so the general public can tap into that. And while the scientists are enjoying their material, the general public is also having access to, okay, this is what they did. This is what they did with the interview they had with me last time. This is what they did with the money I have contributed to research. It gives the general public confidence. It draws them close to research, and it helps them to contribute more. That is what we did in that brand, and last week we launched it, and it's fantastic that we're able to do that, and the people are really aligning to it that this is a very good idea to get the general public into this space, and then it makes them to support more. Okay, so the point I'm making here is that it is general public that support the research. It's not the scientists that fund the research. Okay, because eventually in Africa, you will see that some people use their salary to begin to support research. That is not good, even from the scientific point of view, because we have what is called conflict of interest. He who pays the piper determines the tune. It's clear. If you fund your own research, there's huge conflict of interest. Talk less of, for instance, you are doing research that is funded by the private sector industry. Journals will always want you to declare conflict of interest. Who paid for this research? Is there any way that they would have influenced the result? If you fund your own research, yes, there is a very big opportunity to influence the result. And so it is not the duty of a researcher to fund research. But you know, in many researcher-led research where they fund the research, what happens is that it is primarily for career advancement. In this course, these 5 days, what we want to persuade you to know and to take out is that your research is not primarily to advance your career. Research is to solve societal problems. And if you get this in your career, it changes your mentality of what you do. It changes your mentality. So grant gives opportunity to contribute to change in our society. Grant gives opportunity to advance body of knowledge in a particular field, because without it, it is really impossible to do any research. It's a financial support to achieve our career goals. You see where I have put the career? I put it the last point. Okay, I've put it the last point. If you put it first, then there is room for manipulation. There's room not to do things in the right way. Our career should be the last part of what we do as scientists, career advancement. You know, but the world we live is not working in that way. It's not working in that way, really. And that is why there's room for fine-tuning the process of research. We just finished the other course we had, reproducibility in scientific research. Let me advertise it here. If you have not attended that course before, I think those who attended last time, it was an eye-opener for many people of what research is, of the level of standard that is attached. And this comes also around the issue of what is research? Why am I doing what I'm doing? Okay. If your goal is to achieve your career, in that course, I'll show you how that led many people to manipulate the process and publish in top journals. Lancet, Nature, Science, the top journals in the world. Eventually, they find out that they were not good research. They were manipulated because people are focusing research to achieve career goals. This is the last point we should actually be attributing our research to. The first is to change our society, advance the body of knowledge in our particular field, and then comes the least important thing. Actually, you see, this is a formula, and you can express it mathematically. This plus this will automatically give you this. Okay? It will give you that. And so you don't need to go into research to advance your career, to pursue your career, because once you do well in this and this, automatically you get this. So go into your career with these 2 points in mind, and then you see how your career will move. It will move. Nothing stops it. Okay? So self-funding of research, I would discourage it. I don't want us to get into the debate, but you understand what I mean. I understand the situation people are facing. People want to do research, and what they need to do to research, the funding is not there. This week, we want to change that story for you. Many of it is not that the money is not there. It's actually that they don't know how to do it. And then you begin to express the language of my friend, Bright, these people don't like my face, but they don't see your face. What they see is what you have to offer. So let's change that narrative. And perhaps in few years' time for your career, you can erase this forever. You erase it. I won't use my money to fund my research anymore. I know it takes time, but yes, let's get the the skills first. Okay, what is grant writing? A process of putting your novel ideas in writing in a way that convinces funding institutions of the importance of your idea and your ability to perform the outline project. Okay, a number of things have come here in this definition I've given here. A number of things. One is there are novel ideas. Okay, two is writing in a way that convinces. So you have to put it down. You need to convince, okay? And you have funding agencies or funding institutions. That is an important thing here. And the ability to perform, okay? Your ability to perform. So a number of things when you write grant, and that is why I said it's not the same thing as scientific writing. There are things that actually break the jinx for you when you apply for grant. Ideas, novel ideas, need to be convincing in writing. The funded institutions need to have interest to fund it, and then you need to demonstrate your ability to do that work. One of this is not enough. Your ideas being novel is not enough to get the grant, okay? Regardless of how novel it is. One of the questions they will ask is, what is his or her track record? We'll come through these things, okay? And so because of this, the grant writing process is a competition. Last year, when I was teaching this course, I asked them to give some words to describe the grant writing process. And somebody came and said, it is a warfare. It is the survival of the fittest. If you have not known this before, I want you to know it going forward. Grant writing is a warfare. It's brutal, very brutal. Okay? You have institutions that advertise and say, well, our success rate is 5%. And so they receive 5,000 applications and only 50 survive, are granted. You can imagine that. It's a survival of the fittest. So you need to get into the system with great conviction that I'm going to knock out whoever is there. And here you're talking about money. So you want to literally go into the pocket of who have that money to get that money out of them and convince them that if you give me this money, in fact, in the first place, I am the right one to give this money. Of all the people you have lined up, I am the right kind. If you give me this money, I'm going to put smiles on your faces. You will remember me forever. Well, I'm just exaggerating, but the fact is that that conviction needs to be given so much that they will release that money to you with great trust. And you know, getting money from any person is not the easiest thing you should do. In fact, if you want to try it, give money to your child. Just give money to your child. After 2 weeks, you say, can I loan $2 from that? You gave the money in the first place. Then you see what happens. It's not so easy. Your child will not, okay, of course, okay, take it. Not in many cases, trust me. So you are going out to take money from people. It's not an easy thing. There should be that conviction that the money they are giving to you, you utilize and you are the right person. So the grant writing is a systematic process with defined processes and language that is required. You need to have the language to be able to do that. I come from a part in Nigeria where there is this where there is this common saying. I'm not sure whether it's true. Anyway, I'm not sure. Where they say that they like money. The Igbo guys like money, and these are mainly traders. You know, so you go to an Igbo shop, and this guy convinces you to buy things you had not planned to buy, or you didn't even want to buy in the first place. He convinces you, he gets your money out of your pocket and buy that thing. That is the language of a grant writer. The language of winning. Okay? So, in order to be successful, I summarize this. The first thing you need to do is to know the language of the funders. Each funder has a language he speaks. That is one of the secrets. Each funder has a language he speaks. You don't go and you say, well, I used this application 2 years ago. I'm going to use it for this, and then you don't tidy it up. No, they have their language. And that is one of the things we are going to be doing today. They have their language. The second thing is that each funder has a priority. Okay, so when you read the instruction for funding, the first thing you should do is to pick out their languages. What are they doing? What are they interested? What are they funding? What is their language? The second thing is, what is their priority? Then the third secret thing is, give it time and patience. So if you have a grant application to submit end of June, already start January. Prepare for it. Give it time. And then you try the first time, it didn't go through. Don't say, well, they don't like my face. No. The question you ask is, what did I not do well? Okay. And then finally, you need to acquire the right skills to be successful. Goodness me. That is why we are here this week. And I tell you, what we are presenting these 5 days will not be sufficient to take you to the sky there. You need to also integrate and go through it. And that is why we open up the mentoring program. If you're interested, please join there. If you have application, please come. We have helped some people, they have succeeded, so that we can support you in that process. Okay? Don't miss the opportunity, because it may not come again. All right, we have different types of grants. We have project grant, fellowship grant, development grant, innovation grant, training and capacity building grants, and so on and so forth. Whichever one you're working with, you know what is there. Now, I will give you another breakout session, but first, let me see if there is any question, a quick question. I can take 2 questions now. By the way, you can take the picture of what is on your screen. Take the picture of what is on your screen. Any question from anyone? All right, so please. Okay, I have Felista. Felista, you have 2 hands. Felista, please.
Yes. Hello.
Yeah, hearing you. Go ahead.
Yes, mine is just a quick one. And is it possible that we are going to get this material?
Of course, Felista, it looks like you joined late.
You.
Yeah, of course. Don't worry.
Yeah, I think I missed out. Thank you.
Yeah, you came late. So one of those that came late today. All right, I have James Arthur here. James.
Hello. Hello.
Yes, James, your voice is far away. Please speak to the mic.
Yeah, I'll be happy if you can go back a little about the types.
The types.
Yeah,
of course, James, you will get this slice today.
Oh, okay.
So no problem at all. All right, I have Olalekon. Olalekon.
Thank you so much, my brother.
Yes, please speak loud. Speak louder. Your voice is far away too.
Thank you. Can you hear me now?
Hear you.
Thank you very much. I think I appreciate this conference, and my question has already been answered by Felista. So I think I will rest my case on that. Thank you so much.
All right, great. All right, so please take a picture of this. I will give you half an hour. Let me open the rooms again now, and we'll come back. Let's go to the business. Group 1, snap. Group 1, tell us what you have. Just raise your hand, whoever is presenting for each group, then I recognize you. Group 1, are you there? Or we skip you? Okay, I have Edna, group 1. Edna, go on.
Okay. I'm going to present the 3 projects we thought about. But first, one was the library, so improving the infrastructure of the library. There's one of the libraries which has poor infrastructure, so it will divide the rooms because they're not divided, and then create a quiet place for those who are reading in the library.
So Edna, which one? That is
Yes.
number 1, eh? Number 1.
That is number 1.
Okay. So you have a problem of library.
Yes.
Okay.
For the first, the 5 to 10
Okay.
$10,000. Yes.
Yeah.
And then I'll then make an access to different reading material for the people who will use that that library. That is for the first 5 and to 10K. But then for the 50 to 100K, I'll put a solar. We'll put the solar in that same library, and so we'll have access for lighting the space. For easy access of the library. And why we'll do that is we'll tell why should we be given the money? We'll tell the funder the importance of the library and why we need that library to be on, and so it can be used. But then again, we had another
Yeah, Edna, you have 20 seconds to finish.
Okay, so another one was the provision of shelter and health services to homeless adults. And in those ones, we'll provide homeless people with healthcare and jobs, so what they can do by the 5 to 10K. And the 50 to 100K will make it more healthcare services available and more accessible, and join them with the Ministry of Health, whoever is providing for the government, so that the project is sustainable.
All right, thank you, Edna, for group 1. All right, I have Olabisi Dedeke for group 2.
Thank you, everybody. I hope I'm being heard.
Yeah,
as
we
a
hear you.
group, we started with, because we had a lot of people who had a lot of knowledge in our group, and they had a lot of things they wanted to do. But we were able to harmonize that for a starter, if we have a funding of between $5,000 to $10,000, we would want to conduct a need assessment and study to identify key factors that affect quality medical education in Zimbabwe. And that's for this is becoming so important because we needed to have improvement in medical education so that we can there can be an improvement in quality healthcare. So we need to first do a need assessment. Under this, we would like to identify the important stakeholders, would like to conduct stakeholders meeting, would like to know where the problem of medical education actually lies, and then to know what we need to improve. So when we have further funding of up to $50,000 to $100,000, we'll then go ahead to implement an interventional program using the results that we have gotten from the need assessment. And then we also use advanced technology of mixed reality in medical education, such as simulation, and those things that could improve learning outcome, especially in areas where unpredictable infectious diseases could occur, as we had in COVID-19. And this was where the few things we were able to do before the time ended. Thank you for listening.
All right, thanks very much. Olabisi, what you have described sounds more like a pilot project you want to conduct. Okay. All right, who is going for group 3?
Hi, Professor. I will present group 3. Can I share my screen?
Yeah, go ahead.
Okay, thanks. So in the first question, the first thing we will do is think about who is the funders, what the funder is expecting from us, from our team, like what's the objectives and priorities that the funders want of our work, and why the funders chose me and our team to do this research. So first thing we will know about why about the funders, and then we'll think about the priorities, problems in our society, and then we'll fit the priorities of the funders and the priorities of our society. So we'll know what we could do with this money in our society, what kind of research we can do with this kind of money, like a small amount or a great amount of money. And the next thing, we'll do a plan, because in this plan you will respond the second question, why funders will give such amount. In this plan we will present introduction, like the problem, justify why we must do this research, our objectives, and what we'll do with the results. And then we will present the methodology. In the methodology, we will justify why the funders must choose our team to do this research. Like we will show our expertise, our all the things that we already have to do this research. So we will do a good research. And then the final thing will explain the impact of our research. That's it.
Okay, thank you very much, Lysiane. Who is going for group 4? Felista, please.
I will. May I share my screen, please?
Yeah, go ahead.
Okay, so in our group, we were looking at some of the reasons that we got within the time that we were given. Why should we be funded? Because it will enable us work easily and achieve our objectives, and whatever we have in our objectives will be to impact the wider community with our work. Then we also need the money to undertake developmental projects, and so we'll focus on such developmental projects, such as trying to get facilities or resources, particularly focusing on industries, or we look at within the community, the needs that are there within the community and the facilities that are required. Then, of course, the former projects that probably we conducted, maybe personally or as institutions, speak for us. And so looking at that history, then the funder could easily see the results and give us the funds. So what is it that we can do if we are given $5 to $10K? Embark on livelihood empowerment programs of less privileged, digging boreholes for water in communities that need it, food security and other nutritional values, nutritional requirements, sorry. And then we also, if given more funds like $50K to $100K, Then we'll embark on a project like evaluating medicinal values of African plants, for example, for antibiotics to treat, of course, the various bacterial probably infections and other infections. And in that connection, also set units in collaboration with others and equip these units so that that research can continue. Then entrepreneurial programs for the youth. In fact, most of them may have papers, but they don't know how to go on when they're like after college. They don't know how to get into either employment or self-employment. So we need to empower them. And educational scholarships, sponsorships, also for the vulnerable population, such as the young girls, particularly those who get into things like teen pregnancy, and then child protection against many vices such as abuse and others. That's what we had time for you. Thank you.
All right, thanks very much. Group number 4. Let's go to group number 5, and that is Leah.
Thank you very much. You want to raise the hand for Jerita. She can present now. I didn't want again to be left behind. Jerita, can you present?
Yeah, thank you. I did not write on the PowerPoint, but I have some points written down. Why we should be funded, maybe if we receive $5 to $10K. First of all, we said, for example, we need to look at the funders' goals and maybe what it is that they require of us. And then we said, for example, we could come up with the trainings that do not maybe require so much money, where maybe we could train women within the community, maybe on using modern methods in agriculture, for example. Then when we are given like $50 to $100K, we also said we need again to look at the funders' goals. What is it that they require of us? So that when we are coming up with the problem, we actually are able to fit in with their goals. And so we needed, of course, to come up, maybe contact other researchers to collaborate, because there's a lot of money. And we could look at research, for example, non-communicable diseases like cancer in Africa, for example. And this requires, of course, a lot of money and expertise. And so we will, of course, involve the relevant researchers in this area. And of course, we'd look at the output and would, of course, emphasize on what the donors require of us. And why should the funder trust to give us such an amount of money? Of course, we would look at, we'll follow their guidelines, of course, their templates, justify why we need that money. We will come up, of course, with a competitive proposal and, of course, convince them. It should be very convincing. And also, they will look at our track record and maybe even our mentors. And the trust issues, of course, comes in. So
Okay.
we will be able. Hello?
All right, thanks very much, Jerita, for group 5.
Thank you.
Yeah, Edgar, Dennis, group 6, please go on.
Yeah, good afternoon or good morning, wherever you are. I'm Edgar, I'm presenting for group 6. In truth, we had a bit of an issue, especially to decide what to do with that money, whether it's for research or a project or a program or intervention. So, but everybody brought the idea of what to do with that first tranche of money. And then we settled that if given $5,000 to $10,000, we will conduct an assessment on greenhouse gases production in poultry farms in Nigeria to determine the impact on health and the environment. That will be the number one thing that we do. But if it's everybody suggesting his own, but that is what we settled on. And then for the second one, when it's given 50 to 100K, we create a website, an interactive website for internship, for job, for funding opportunity on mental health for the entire Africa, where people can interact and share their experiences and difficulties on mental health, because mental health has been found to be a serious problem in Africa, and we don't speak so much of it. And because of sometimes we think it's spiritual or the person is weak in character, so we can create a website that individuals can share their experiences and how to move the entire continent forward in terms of mental health. Because mental health, we are more concerned with curative somatic diseases, and we've forgotten almost entirely about psychological problems that is plaguing our people. I think, yeah, thank you. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Let's go to group 7. Who is coming for group 7? I don't see any hand.
All right, I think I can come in. We had a problem that the one who was taking note, I think he had a problem with the computer and they lost contact. So group 7, on the first part for the 5K, there's a number of small projects which we felt they can be done. For example, small projects such as a snake bite, or to train healthcare workers on how to deal with this problem. Again, we could also do like a student workshop on drug abuse. We could also do advocacy program on violence against women. We're also thinking of leadership training for women for small and medium scale enterprises. Also thinking of maybe doing a peer education retreat for adolescents living with HIV. Yeah, that's only 5 to 10K. Only 50 to 100K. We thought of we could come up with to build a vocational center for skill acquisition for out of school children. We're also thinking of providing borehole water in a village with sister storm infestation, and also provide the solar power station for selected health facilities. Again, establishing youth center for orphans and vulnerable children. Another one could be carrying out a research to look at effectiveness of rapid diagnostic tests which are being used like by the hospitals, like maybe in a province or a region. In those hospitals, the tests which they use for diagnosing TTIs, that's transfusion transmitted infection. Those are areas which we looked at.
All right.
On the last part, I think it's similar to what other colleagues have done.
Thank you. Group 8, who is going for group 8? Mariam Barabara, please. I see 2 hands for group 8. I see Mercy, I see Miriam. Who is going for group 8?
I think Mariam can present.
Hello, I'm from
Mariam,
group 8.
present.
Okay. I'm from group 8. Yeah, what we have discussed, if will be given $5 to $10,000. First, we have to know the interest of the funder. Then we will conduct a trial intervention piloting study, whereby for that amount, we're expecting to cover the participant reimbursement, traveling expenses, communication, that is internet transcription services, software, and publication. And for the question 2, if we're given $50 to $100,000 also, we have first to know the interest of the funder, and we'll have the clinical trial in the treatment of Kaposi sarcoma. So we'll make sure that we cover the all everything that is needed in terms of resources, in terms of human resource and publication and all the stationery to cover the clinical trial that we are expecting to do.
Okay.
So, yeah.
Thank you very much. I have
thank
Olap Oju, group 9. Olap Oju, are you there? All right.
Yes, I am. Yeah. Can you see my screen?
Sure.
Okay. So my name is Olapo Jolob, representing for Group 9, and having looked at the provision of $5,000 to $10,000, we identify the issue of malnutrition, and in doing that, we said the goal is to reduce malnutrition, and in the process of reducing that, we would first identify vulnerable community and also mobilize skilled volunteers. With that money, we should be able to organize some training for mothers, particularly from high-risk households, and also develop capacity development for healthcare professionals, which will in turn help to provide products, made basically more of therapeutic products, that also provide training for young people to work with. However, when we are provided with more funds, identifying the fact that is more, we can expand the scope into financial support for management and training through provision of health insurance schemes, particularly for those in need, and also expand the community-based insurance scheme for a larger scope of people to cover, and also would also look at fulfillment of funders' long and short-term goals. And in the process, there will be a need to incorporate more scientists to carry out more research, which would cover a larger scope of the whole process of reducing the malnutrition issue. And reasons why the funder should trust and provide such funds to me as a person is to knowing fully well there's honesty in terms of financial management and accountability, which is key virtue a funder would look forward to, because you must be able to give account and be detailed in your spendings. And also there are publications to prove research progress that would support the capacity that one is able to carry out this to detail and with getting good and fantastic results. Thank you.
All right, thanks. Let's go to last group, number 10, Titilayo Oswago.
Group 9, please exit your
sharing
slides. Sorry, can you see my screen? Can you see the slides?
You are not sharing yet. You are not sharing yet, Titilayo.
Okay, can you see it now?
Not yet. You have not started sharing, actually.
Jesus. Wow, it's sharing from my end here.
Oh yeah, so you can tell us the story. Let's hear you.
Oh, wow.
It's not sharing. Just
okay,
go
we
on
have,
and tell us.
What to do with $5,000 to $10,000. First, we would like to know the objectives of the funders. We will download their rules, familiarize ourselves with the rules of the founders. And then we'll identify certain problems. I would like to say that we first of all want to align our goals or our problems with the Millennium Development, the Global Development Goals, because to show the funders that you're really out to address a need, you need to align your problem with one of the goals or some of the goals. So those are the problems we identified in our group. One is train teachers who teach learners with special needs. There are children with special needs, and I don't think there are enough teachers, to teach them. So we'll train some of those teachers who will teach children with special needs. And then we have trained chickens that are resistant to heat. Then we have security checks, things like problems of hacking and other things that are technologically related. Then another problem is girl-child empowerment. We have mathematical school for statistical analysis. We have conflict analysis, e.g. climate change. We have action research problem, train researchers in conflict transformation, community health education, like oral health problems. We have oral cancer and other oral diseases. Then the B part, which says, why would the funder fund you? Which is the justification for funding research. Research must be problem solving with a good expected outcomes. So you will need to show the funders or the funder that the research we are embarking on is problem solving. Then we'll use our track records to show that we are going to be open, we are going to be transparent. Then our qualifications too will come into play, whether we are qualified to be funded.
Okay.
Judicious. Is it time up, sir?
Yeah, it's time up. Time up, Titilayo.
Okay.
All right.
Thank you
so,
for listening.
Yeah, thank you, all the groups for your presentation. It's fantastic. But one thing I noticed across the group is that it's like you are NGOs. You're like your NGOs, the groups, because my perception is that you are all scientists, isn't it? So the project you presented to help girls, these are areas where NGOs are doing their work. We have too much interventionist research here, and you can see why Africa is lagging behind. There is very little innovation and discovery. Okay? There is very little innovation and discovery. And that is why other places are leading us. For instance, the COVID vaccine we talked about, or even understanding the disease, we will be dependent on what comes from abroad as Africans. I know the facilities are problems, but in our mindset, what is our persuasion? Okay, to look how people are taking the vaccine. But what about developing our own local vaccine? Because that is what other people are doing. So the project you presented here, I see so much of interventionist, there is flood, then we go and help the victims. But the question is, how do you stop the flooding? If you go to many countries, you see that there's so much effort to help victims of flooding, but this flooding continues to happen from year to year. Scientists have not been able to go into discovering how do we make research to understand why this flooding occurs. How can we stop it permanently? And through the process of trying to help the victims, people siphon money. Some of the victims die waiting for the money to reach them, and so on and so forth. So we need more of innovation-oriented and discovery research. Last year, when I was teaching the course, and this person was asking that there is a grant they applied to TED Fund. There's a body in Nigeria that funds some higher education research, and they failed, even though what they wanted to do was really important, and it was on monitoring the weather, something forecasting, things like that, about earthquake. He mentioned earthquakes, and so that's he wants to know, what do I think made them to fail this? I say, wow, you see, if you understand what the funders think, you understand that this your project has already failed before it got there. And the issue is this. Tell me, in the last 50 years, how many times has Nigeria had earthquake? He can't remember. So what problem is your grant going to solve? Are you going to Asia? to solve the problem? Why don't you develop this technology to solve flooding issues? So you can understand the application has been written fantastically, but it does not provide solution to local problems. All right. So to summarize before we go for our lunch, I want you to have the mindset of discovery and innovation when you are applying for grant. Except there is an express call that, okay, we want interventions to problems that have occurred. But for you as a researcher, as an African researcher, you should begin to get yourself to the space of discovery, innovation that contribute to problems. Don't feel yourself in the space where the NGOs are working. Go into the space of discovery. That is first thing. The second thing is that if you're giving 5 to 10K, you may think that money, if you convert it to local currency, is big. That money is quite small. What will you do? It's not to go to the schools and start buying chairs for them. For you, use it to develop pilot study. One of the groups mentioned, I think group 2, pilot study. Discover the feasibility of what you are going to do. Get information. When you get that small amount of money, it is time to talk to your university authorities. I have this money. Can you support me to raise more money so that I can apply for the bigger grant? Because when you get to the point of being of applying to a grant of 50 to 100K, then there is need for you to show some evidence of what you have done before. There's preparation. There's something they can rely on. So, okay, if you have done this, then we can trust that you can take this forward. So the amount of money determines what you're going to use it for. You can't use 5 to 10K grant to solve a problem of 50 to 100K. The reason being that the funders will see that it will be a waste of energy because it can't solve any problem. So we can't give that money. That money will just be wasted. All right. And then for you, where would they fund you? Some of you described that your project, will try to convince them that project is important. Yes, I mentioned that. But beyond that, who are you? What do they know about you? Who do you collaborate with? What have you done before? What is your potential? Regardless of your project, they want to know who you are. Or you think that anybody can put their name on any project because the project is good, then they fund. No, no. You have to show. And so the preparation when you're applying for a grant is to identify who will I collaborate. Scientists have failed to think strategically. Those who are thinking about strategy nowadays are politicians. When the time for election is coming, you see people cross-carpeting, building alliances here and there. Scientists need to take that strategy. I go to this university, who is doing similar to what I'm doing? Invite them. Many times people hide there. Even when they are locking their distant drawers in their office, they are looking who is looking. You hide ideas. These ideas should be transformational change. So bring people on board. And that's one of the things we are creating here. Some of the fundings you have failed can be activated by tapping into the pool of those in your group to establish cross-border collaboration. Build it. Many of you are experts in your areas. Build your platform, build your collaboration, so that when they ask, who is this? Then they see what you are bringing on board, people who have performed, who have potentials to achieve this goal. So there are a number of things if you want to succeed in grant. The project you're going to implement, who you are, what you have done before, who you are working with, and then of course, where you're going with that project. You see, when you're doing a project that ends after that funding is done, it will have less potential to be funded compared to a project that after that funding, there is a likelihood that it is going to produce products from there. And there is always that question, what next? The funders will ask this question. If you finish using this money now, what next? Okay, so think about that. What next? And when you're able to outline these things, build these strategies, you see, the funders are so much convinced, and then they can dig their hand into those pockets. I tell you, the pocket of funders can be very stingy. Not because they're stingy guys, but because that money is so small that they want to utilize it judiciously. So if you don't have the potentials to deliver, they will not give it to you. So your personal achievement, collaboration you bring on board, the project, and the potential where the project is going is very important. I will stop here and let me not take too much of your time. We are starting again. We're starting again 12:30 GMT to continue. Don't miss the afternoon section. Of course, don't miss any session at all. Don't miss the afternoon session, because there we are going to start with the first thing. See, all the things we have done until now is that we are setting a context for this course. We are setting the introduction. From afternoon after the lunch, we are starting now to go into the context of grant writing. All right, see you soon. Okay, welcome back, everyone. Let's continue. Let's continue. All right. So we have gone through a number of things this morning, and we ended up trying to paint a scenario whereby we have certain amount of money we have been given to carry out project. What are you going to do with that? And I ended up by saying that the amount of money, we decide what type of project that you need to do. And then I encourage you to strive for innovation focused, discovery focused research, and this interventionist mentality we have in Africa has not done us so much. So there is need to actually, in addition, I'm not condemning interventionist research. In addition to that, we need to work on much of innovation focus, discovery focus research, whereby we can find solutions locally of the issues that we are facing, starting from the what to the how, and then to move it to where, who will benefit from this, how the processes work. That gives a more long-lasting solution to the problems we have. All right, here we continue this afternoon, barriers to grantmanship. Barriers to grantmanship. As you can see, there are individual level barriers and there are institutional level barriers. Okay, so why will people not get grant or not succeed? One of the things here is individual level barriers include time. Time is a factor. Time is a factor. You have a grant to submit after the Easter, precisely on the 20th of April. And up until now, you have not started drafting your grant. There's no magic bullet, really. Okay? And regardless of how experienced you are in this, there's no magic bullet. Okay? And so, if you start late, you will not do a good job. If you start early to begin to build it, it gives you more opportunity to expand your horizon. It gives you more opportunity to think about it. It gives you more opportunity to fine tune. If you do it late, then of course you end up making mistakes. So time, as a result of other conflicting issues, can become a barrier to your success in grant writing. The other thing is lack or limited resources for grant writing. Lack or limited resources for grant writing. As we are going through this week, actually, you can see that what we are going through here is something some of you have not gone through before. Okay, if I just ask now, just by giving a thumbs up or raising your hand from wherever you are, how many of you have attended grant writing before? Grant writing training, how many of you? Just raise your hand. Yeah, I can see 2 hands. 3, 4. There are 80 of you here. So let me see. How many have attended before? Grant writing, whether workshop or a course or whatever you call it, but a place where you went and learned how to write. You see? How many of you there? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. Any other person? Okay. Maybe I frame the question in another way. 10, I can see 10 hands have attended. Now it's back to 9. All right, how many people? Yeah, so you can bring your hands down. Bring your hands down. Those who have raised hands, just bring your hands down. Just bring your hands down. How many people have not attended grant writing course or workshop before? No, I didn't say show your hand in your bedroom. I mean click the button of the hand there. Yeah. You can see. Yeah, the number keeps increasing. There were 10 people who have attended, and now I can see 31 people at least who have never attended a grant writing course before. Yeah, you see that. So what they are trying to say here is limited or lack of resources for grant writing. Maybe intellectual, material. If you don't have that capacity, then it's impossible really to succeed. And I said it from the beginning that grant writing is different from academic writing or scientific writing, where you write to publish or write a book. There is a different mentality, and you can see that here. The money mentality is very important. The money mentality, you want to get money from people, and so the way you approach it becomes a very important tool, and you need to learn those skills of how to do it and do it well. The institutional level barriers, Lack or limited intramural funding for pilot work. You see, we said giving 5 to 10K, what will you do with it? Many institutions want their staff to do well. Okay, many institutions want their staff to do well, but they don't provide them the resources they need to do well. There's also no magic bullet in this. If institutions want to compete in the grant landscape, want their staff to compete, then they need to take some effort. You need to invest into it. And one of the ways you can invest into it is to support pilot work. Okay? To support pilot work. Because to compete in that landscape, you need to show evidence of what you have been doing, preliminary results, pilot work you have done, and so on and so forth. It needs to be there. And this pilot work can be done through some seed money the institution provides to the staff, to the faculty. Okay? So some of you are institutional leaders and you're putting pressure on your staff to apply this. You see, it's not by encouragement. You can't get it by encouragement. Oh, it will require expertise. You require some ingredients to be put into the system to get the results. And I tell you, some people have been preparing for a grant 5 years beforehand. And what have they been doing? They have been doing the preparatory work, gathering data. And when they are applying for the grant, they are showing evidence that this is who I am. I am your man. I am your man. Okay? I am man. And when they strike good because the background preparations have been made. So beyond the individual level barriers, the institutional level barriers are there that can hinder if the institution is not taking a proactive measure to support the researchers. Okay. No grant writing culture. That's another thing. Every institution needs to have a grant writing center or department or group or something like that support. I'm not saying go and collect people here and there and put there. If you don't have the knowledge and the technical know-how, don't expect any magic from them. There are some offices that shouldn't even exist because they are not yielding the fruits. What I'm talking about, those who have the expertise, who have the knowledge, who have the capability, who know what it takes. You can go there, you say, okay, I know what to do. Don't worry, come this day, let's discuss about it, and they support you. That's what I mean. It's not a name. We have a grant writing office. Let me go and show you. And then somebody asked, I'm thinking about this grant. What do you think? I've never heard about that before. No, not such kind of people. You need people who can support. And then you need to have training. You see, the institutions need to provide opportunities for what we are doing here. Some of you who have gone for this research and grant writing, about 10 of you that I mentioned, if I ask you further now, did your institution organize that for you? Many of you will say no. The training you attended was by your own personal endeavor. You know, if I tell your institution to pay me to train you, you know what they complain? It's too much money, but you want to get money from it. Okay. So institutions need to have capacity building programs it's not one training in a year. I mean, in 5 years, this will be a continuous program measure that is intentional. And I tell you, sooner or later, you begin to see the fruits begin to manifest. There are no two ways about it. That is the way it works. Even as I am here, during the spring like this, from February until June. That is the grant writing time in Sweden. Goodness me. Already I have submitted how many grant applications? I think 3. And I have 2 more to submit going forward. And these are big grants. And what happens? I have attended workshops every year. Is provided, these workshops are provided every year, and we have grant writing office, and I will write and I will send to them, and they will read, they will comment, they will help me, and not just helping my writing. They know what each funder requires, and they can help you to fine tune your grant to suit the way they want it. You don't copy and paste in grant writing. Okay, I've used this last year. No, read the instruction, and then you see how the funder wants. So this capacity, many institutions do not provide it. Many institutions do not provide it. Regular one. Okay, let me ask again. How many of you, just raise your hand for me. How many of you have institutional-based grant writing training or capacity building that the institution funds? Either they fund you to go outside and take it, or they fund people to come in and train you. Let me see your hand. Christelle, I know that was old hand. Hey, but that was old hand. If it's old hand, remove your old hand and bring in your hand. If it's old hand, remove it and bring in your hand. Your institution has continuous grant training programs. Wow. Number is big. Lycian, is that old hand or new hand? All right. Yeah, I see 10 of you. That's encouraging. How many of you don't have, those who have raised your hand, just bring it down. Let me see. How many of you don't have institutional-based grant training and writing capacity building? How many of you institution don't have? Just raise your hand. Let me see. Wow. 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 It keeps increasing. 37, 38. Wow. 40. You see? 10 of you, 41, 10 of you indicate that your institution has, compared that to 43 now that have said institution don't have. You can see the problem. And so when I presented earlier, the elephant in the room is capacity building for Africans. I was not exaggerating. That is the truth. Okay. Last December, we had the scientific writing course, and there were many people who applied to that program. And of course, we can't take everybody. And there was a colleague, nice colleague from Ghana, who applied, but when we have made the decision, we didn't accept her. And she was mad. She was mad. She was so unhappy that she said to me, I will take you to court. She was a lawyer, actually, for not taking me. Anyway, somebody dropped out of the course, and I gave her the space, and she was happy to have come. Okay? And she's telling me, see, what I have learned from this course, that is what I would have missed. I would have missed that. And that is why she was not happy when she was refused the first time. Okay? What is the point there? The point there is that people desire to learn these skills. Unfortunately, for many institutions, these skills are not provided. And you can see the skills that cuts across what we provide at ASFI. Okay? Many of those are not provided at institutional level. And that is why I will say it again. If you think your institution has a need to partner, contact us. Don't hide it. Go to them and tell them there is something happening, there's something I'm getting, and I want others to get it. let's talk with these ones. Okay, that is very important. All right, I see some hands up there. Are those hands questions or just raising it previously? Is that the previous hand? Are those hands are questions? If your hands are questions, please just keep it. I will recognize you. But if it's not, then bring it down. So by the time I count 10, let me know. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. They're all gone. Okay. They are not 4 questions. Great. All right. So the point I'm making is, then I have another hand. I have Mokan. Mokan. Okay. Yeah, you can unmute yourself and ask your question. Mokan, unmute yourself. I've given you the right to unmute now. All right, Mokan is not unmuting. So let's move on. So the point I'm making there is that capacity building is very essential. Let's not hide it. You know, let's not hide it. I know what it is. I have been there. I have skated through it. And that is why my passion is sky level to support Africans, to share with them what I know, what we know, what we do here. So go back to your institutions. Don't get it alone and close your eyes. No, share it with others. Tell them to come. Tell your institutions to do this because it is required. All right, let's move on. And this doesn't matter wherever you are. You are in Southern Africa. You are in Western Africa. You are in Eastern Africa or Northern Africa. The story is the same. So there's nothing to hide, you know, because that is what it is. That is what we know happen, you know. So don't hide it. And when we come clean, then we're able to deal with issues. So grant writing, the issues, time to do your grant, release time, so much conflict with teaching, administration. You see people who just finished a bachelor's degree, they have so much teaching, they have administration, and you expect them to publish paper. It can't work. The issue of mentoring, that serves as a barrier. You have no one to consult, to talk to support you. Well, ASFI is here. If you want to take that opportunity, take it. And let me tell you, for this grant writing course, actually this year, this is the last free grant writing course we have. Okay, so you are the privileged ones. Statistical support, grant writing workshops, not there. Culture that strongly values science, evidence, ideas. If you want to partner in terms of short workshops with your institutions, ASFI, get in touch, okay? And so on. Intramural funds for pilot studies, as I mentioned before, access to assistance, identification of funding, announcement, budget, and so on and so forth. So the grant writing has several layers of issues that you need to solve. Now, we have set a context. We need to move. What do you do when you write grant? That is where we are going to. And before we get there, please, if you have questions, feel free to ask them now so that we can move forward. If you have questions, feel free to ask. Okay, we have set a context. What do we do? Any question from what we have discussed since morning until now? I've not had anybody asking question apart from where is this, where is that? In terms of the content, please ask questions, okay? So that I know. Okay, I have the phones or what? Please unmute yourself and ask. I have asked you to unmute.
Yeah.
Please speak out. Yeah.
Yeah, thank you, sir. My worry is most of the problems that you have raised are institutional. So what do we do as individuals?
I didn't say that they're all institutional funds. They don't say that. If you,
I say most of the
okay,
problem, yes.
most of them. Which one do you identify as your own? Are you ready to apply for grants now?
We are working on one.
You're working on one. So do you have an idea you want to get money for?
Sorry?
Do you have a research idea that you think is attractive, can get money from the funders?
Yeah, we think so.
You think so? Okay, that's one. So that idea you have amongst your peers in that area, you think that your idea can knock out their own idea?
Mm.
Do you think you have enough collaboration that can compete with others?
Yeah, because we have a research team.
A research team.
Yeah, and we are working on a socio-linguistic profiling for Cameroon.
For Cameroon. So how many people are involved in that team?
We have a draft pool of 9 members.
9 members from the same university?
No, from different universities in
Okay,
Cameroon.
great, yeah.
Yes, and then we have tried to contact some people who have once worked with, Cameroon sociolinguistic some years ago, who are abroad. That we want to collaborate with them, and the first 2 are very positive. And it stems from the problem that we are having a socio-political crisis that stem from the issue of language. So this social profiling was done in around 1980, and a lot has gone down the bridge. So we thought that given the situation, we need to re-profile the socio-linguistic of
all right,
Cameroon.
you can stop there. You can stop there. So you have a research question that is very relevant. Okay. Yeah. Have you attended a grant writing course before, workshop before now?
I did a program with the German dad.
Okay. So you're prepared.
Yeah, and many of our group members also have attended a program test. They are program tests.
Okay. So now, in which area do you think the institution has most of the problems for you in your particular case?
For example, to begin, we need to do a lot of things to put things into perspective, but our institutions are not. I mean, we're just like individuals struggling to do it. Our institutions are not helpful in any way, like small grants, seed grants, or anything. Yeah, they don't give. Yeah. So we are sponsoring we are doing self-sponsorship, because one of the things that we need to do is to train postgraduate students who will be collecting data in the field and all the like, while we are writing the grant. While we're drafting the grants, yes. So
I get your point.
And we have to we are training them. You can call me Eunice. It's easy, Eunice. I just shortened the name so you can easily see on the
Eunice. Okay, you can stop there. Let me come in here. I get the point you're making, and that is where I started. So from what you have explained, I see that you have done lots of homework, because you have a direction where you want to go. And many of you occupy institutional posts. Please, this is very important. You see, the grant, many institutions want to increase their impact, increase their ranking in Africa, do this, do that, do that. If you want to really do that, don't take this things for granted. Like what Eunice is describing here. If you do not support your researchers, if you want them to get $1 million and you can't invest $50,000, then you can't get that 1 million really, because you need to invest to prepare them. Because as I said earlier, the grant writing or grantmanship is a high competition, it's a warfare. You are competing with people who have taken years to build their profile because of that grant. And so for you to have any chance, you need to also be very strategic as an institution. Support your staff. Every institution should have seed money. Make it competitive. When you make it competitive, you get the best of those who are working in your institution. So support them to build the pilot, to build the base, and so that when they apply, they are able to showcase, we have done this, we have done that, and those things they have done, we are based on the seed money the university has provided. So yes, if you go back, Eunice, I agree with you. Most of the challenges are institutional based. And that is why, you see, the course you're attending this week is not arranged by your institution. And many institutions would not make this kind of attraction. This year, we want to invest in training 100 of our staff and prepare them and mentor them to write grant. These are the active things you need to do. Otherwise, you continue to expect your staff to perform magic. They can't perform that magic. I'm not talking about workshops. You have a 3 hours workshop, you have 1 day workshop. It's more than that. People who do not have the skills need to be built on those skills. And so by the time you finish this 1 week, I tell you, certain things will happen in your landscape of grant writing so far. Okay, so institutions need to do that. Talk to your institutions. ASFI is here to stay. I've mentioned partnership. Honestly, if you don't do it, you can't get those results you are waiting for. The capacity of staff and the possibility that they can tap into some seed money that are there are very essential for them to succeed. All right, let me see who again is there. I have Alice Wafula. Alice, you can unmute yourself now and speak.
Thank you, sir. I'll shorten my question. Just wanted to know if at the end of this 1 week, I will be ready as an individual that works in an institution, academic institution, to come up with a proposal that's currently now an idea that involves training of maybe vocational training or students who have achieved certain grades, certain levels in their undergraduates, and they want to specialize, so that now I develop a proposal with your help to collaborate maybe with other trainers in the market who can train such individuals.
So Alice, your question is that you're asking me after this 1 week of course, if you are able to get a grant. That is your question, isn't it?
After writing a proposal, definitely.
Yeah. So if you are prepared and you go and write this application and you get a grant, that is your question.
Yes.
Yeah, that is what I'm. Are you following the story I've been telling you since morning, Alice?
Yes.
Yep, and you're getting them.
Yes.
So what I want is that by the time we finish today, by the time we finish tomorrow, by the time we finish Friday and Monday and Tuesday, the tools are now in your hand to take the idea you have to transform them into a proposal that is competitive. That is what I'm giving you. Okay.
Yes.
But I'm not giving you the promise that Alice, once you write it, you send it out, you get it. There are other things I will tell you during this course. There are other things to prepare your mindset, because as I said, my grant is over 11 million cumulatively. $11 million I've earned over the years. But I was telling you in the morning, this is a representative of about 40% of the applications I've written.
Yes.
So what if failure comes? What do you do? Okay. You need to prepare yourself for that. What if the grants body comes back? My colleague last year, she skated through. The reviewer said fund this, but the funder looks at different options and they see that, okay, we have 10 applications and we have money for 8. What do we do? They also need to prioritize, not because your application does not skate through, but because the money is small compared to what the people are applying for, and they have to prioritize. Okay, so there are certain things that are there. But what I'm preparing this week is to be able to do your own part and do it well, well. Okay.
Yeah.
So
Thank you.
in terms of that, yes, I'm giving you that assurance that this week we are going to give you the tools that you need to write a competitive grant application.
Thank you,
All
sir.
right, I have Ifani Oduaro. Ifani, are you there? Unmute yourself and speak.
Yes, I've done that. All right, thank you, sir. First off, I would like to thank you for this wonderful initiative. I think it's the first that I've always raised my hand. I mean, I'm so glad to be here. I'm so glad to be here.
I'm not hearing very well, Ifani. Yeah?
Okay, sir. I said I'm very happy to be here. I want to thank you for this initiative. I think it's a good one coming at this time. At this time. So I don't know if you can hear me now, sir. Can you hear me?
I hear you, but your voice is still not very clear. It's too noisy, but go ahead.
All right. So I would like to know if there will be, of course, business for publishing and writing, if you still have the cost again, even if it means, when you have to, pay particular fee for it. Because there's a lot that has to do with grants and research. Research is actually a skill. Being an early career researcher, I think there is still a whole lot I need to learn in terms of, winning a grant. So, and that comes with writing. So I wouldn't know if there will be subsequent course on writing and publishing, which you told us you have last December. So there's the opportunity of such.
Yeah. Thank you. I get your point, Ifine. I get your point. We have the grant writing course, as you see here, comes April, May, and we're having it now. The scientific writing course and publishing, scientific writing and publishing comes November, December. So towards the end of this year, you will get the advert. Look, all the courses we offer, I would not be in the position to tell you to select this one is better than that. They are so much connected that once you take the package of the courses ASFI offers, they equip you and make you a whole. For instance, the one we'll be running in July, systematic reviews and meta-analysis. If you take that one, it's going to add a lot to what you're learning this week. The one we had in February, and that is on reproducibility, it has a lot to add to your career. So each of those courses, I mean, some of those who have attended some of these courses are in your groups, they can testify to that, or you go to our YouTube channel and see what people have said about this. These are package, well-intentioned package of courses that we think will add value to what African scientists are doing. So please do your best. We'll have the academic writing one in December. Apply to that, and I think it would be good to add that to what you're doing this week. Okay, I have James Arthur.
Thank you, Doc. Yeah, Doc, I want to ask, in the area presentations, we've heard that track records are very important when it comes to grant proposals. All right. Now, I'm a new grant applicant. I have not received any fund before for my project. So how do I fit into this particular track records that donors or funders are looking for? Thank you.
Arthur, look, if you are a new person, let people know that you are new, Arthur. Okay? Let people know that you are new. Don't tell them you are old when you are new, because they will discover. And when they discover, they will give you a dose you are not happy with. So now, if you know in your department, some people are writing grant to win $50,000 grant there, okay? Read what the funders are talking about. Who do they want to fund? Is it postdoc? Is it MSc? If I were you, if I have not written before, my chances of getting that is so low that I shouldn't even dream about it. So what I do is I go for the smaller ones where I can begin, because it's a step you are climbing. One step at a time. One step at a time. You climb it. If you're new, go for smaller grants. Okay, there are some grants are called career development grant. They are basically dedicated to that. If you're a professor, those grants, if you compete, regardless of how fantastic your proposal is, you may not get it because it's for the younger ones. And then if you have project grants that are meant for well-established applicants, and then you are a junior one, if you apply to those, you wouldn't get them because you do not have the prerequisite knowledge base and expertise and track record to win. So the point I'm making is that go for what is relevant to you. And that is one of the things we'll be talking this afternoon. How do you know what you should go for? Okay. So be careful with the attraction of, wow, this amount is attached to this this grant, I will apply for it. You may apply for it and they don't even look at your application. In fact, when the grant application is submitted the first time, the administrative staff that look at them and they compare them with their requirements, the criteria. And so they start knocking at people because they have not made it. Not that the application has been read. No, the application has not been read, but they start knocking at people because you did not meet the basic criteria. Okay. All right, let's be fast and go through here. I have Mwori Sore, please.
Thank you so much.
Then after that, I have Leah, and then I have Jerita, and we'll continue.
Thank you so much. I'm talking about institutional grant context in Africa, where most of our leaders, we talked about leadership in the morning, the president, the minister, the politician generally, most of our politicians don't value academics. Now, when you come to funding for institutions like universities and research institutions, they are underfunded. National Research Fund is very little. NACOSTI, Test Fund, and so on. So the question I'm asking is, if most of these institutions like universities are grappling with basic financial challenges like salaries, how do you then come out of this? Because it puts us in a situation where we'll never be funded because the institutions are suffering. So we'll suffer as part of the institution. And the few fundings that are available are external. And this external is the one even running the salaries or other operations of the universities. So how do you deal with such a situation? Thank you.
So, Mori, are you losing hope?
No, it's just a situation that is true.
Okay.
Especially, I was in UNILAC at one point, and the TED Fund applications came 3 years later. Last year, it was coming for 2018. Those who applied 2018.
Let me cut you off, Mori. Sorry about that. Let me cut you off. You know, one thing is that we in ASFI, we just submitted a book chapter. There was the African Association of Universities is preparing a book for African higher education, and we're invited to contribute a chapter on the industry university partnership. Okay, so we just submitted it last night. I hope when it's out, some of you will be able to, because it's going to be sent across African universities. But the point there is this, one of the things continues to come, because last year we had a session on university industry partnership, and we invited somebody from the private sector to present this topic in our seminar series. And just to let you know, we are also developing a survey we're going to send across all our contacts. So please, when you get it, be ready to support us and spread the news so that people can fill in, because this is one of the ways we want to bridge the gap in what is happening. But the point I'm trying to make there is that in this part of the world, the research is funded some places up to 80% by just the private sector. Come on, the private sector is the one responsible. And what you're telling me is that your eyes have only been on the government, what the government is. The government in many parts of this world are not funding research as such. And they shouldn't be, actually, okay? Because research is a social contract. It's something that we need to do, all right? And so I started in the morning to ask, who funds it? If you go to, for instance, Nigeria, you see the multinational companies doing all kinds of things. In this part of the world, they will not go scot-free. There is a provision that the government makes in terms of policy, in terms of conducive environment, to make the industries to do their business and then support research in that environment. The problem we have had is that in Africa, we are looking at government to give us tips. And then when we had this seminar last year, the person who presented says, no, he's a top guy in the bank there. And his question was, well, why will I fund when I don't know what researchers are? I don't know what they are doing. I don't know what they're doing. And that is, if you interview many people who are working in the industry, that is the common thing they say. I don't know what African researchers are doing. Worry, the first place to start is to make yourself visible. We need to make ourselves visible. We need to tell the story that we are capable. We need to tell the story that we have the ideas, we have the technical know-how to do what will bring solutions to our society. But if we don't, we can't get that grant. The industry cannot fund us. So if your only source is state fund, and without knowing that Dangote can fund research, do you know what he funds? He funds interventions. NGOs, he has a foundation, but they give money mostly to NGOs. The researchers in Nigeria, for instance, have not developed a profile to say, we need part of this money to do innovative and discovery research with motivation to support even his businesses there. Researchers have not been able to motivate that. They don't even go to, you think they will just, okay, you need money, okay, take this money. No. You need to bring that money to yourself. And so I'm looking forward to a situation where African researchers, we form a group in a way that they can motivate. Look at MTN, is everywhere and they're making billions. But how much are they contributing to research? I know they are supporting social activities, but in terms of research, that the results will be there in the next 10 years. How much of that? Perhaps researchers have not made themselves visible enough. I think we have a lot to do as African researchers, to get ourselves where we need to be. I mean, this conversation can continue, but I hope, Mori, it gives you a place to also brainstorm and think about how we can do these things better. Okay, Leah, I have you.
Thank you very much. Mine is not really a question, it's just a contribution or kind of idea.
Mm-hmm.
So as far as I know, I'm not a big researcher, but at least
You're
I
a
know.
small one.
Yeah, I'm a junior. So
Go ahead.
yeah, what I want to say here is we junior researchers, we need to be encouraged. We don't have to give up. You can even write 100 proposals. Being rejected doesn't not mean that you don't know something. So what I learned in a few months is that we need to write a proposal with a high chance of winning. We need to give our best. And most of all, we need to know, first of all, the funders. And we need to think like a funder, because the funder cannot give their money when they don't know you, when they don't know where you come from. So we need to excel and to ask ourselves, what is the probability of success in this proposal? And actually, we need also to have a qualified team and be familiar with the subject you are writing on. In your proposal, you need to understand each and every details. Otherwise, we keep on giving up. We'll never be qualified or be excel in what we are doing. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Leah. That is appreciated. Honestly, Leah is not, she's not small researcher. She's trying to paint herself, to be frank with you. I've known her for some time now, but you know, Leah is from Rwanda, and Rwanda is doing quite well. Rwanda is doing quite well. I trust what they are doing, and they are moving in the right direction. Leah is a strategist as well, because she has been able to take opportunity of her exposure to ASFI to build what I believe will yield results in the future. So she's working in the right direction. If you want to interact with her, you can interact with her. She can give you some tips of how she has progressed in what she wants to do. It's very important, as she said, you need to think like a funder. That is very important, because the funders are strategists. And so for you as an applicant to funds, you need to think like them. You need to be in there. And that is the next session we are going to now, where I say first things first. There are first things you need to know, you need to do when you are applying to a grant. And that first thing is know your funders. Know who they are. That is all I'm trying to say on the screen here that has so much text. Know who your funder is. Know what your funder funds, the project they fund. Know who your funder funds. Know how much they have. Know the areas they fund. And I tell you, funders change their priorities. So what they fund last year may not be what they are funding this year. Okay? What they fund, perhaps if they're announcing several times in a year, what they fund 6 months ago may not be the same thing they are funding this period. Okay, so who is the funder? What is their interest? And once you have done this investigation, then you can tailor your application rightly. And that is what we are going to do this afternoon. If you have not done it before in your applications, this is what we want to achieve this afternoon. Then you can see how much information you can get from the funder that has already raised the bar of your application. For those who have applied before and failed, after this afternoon exercise, you will come back to say, there is a difference that I've observed in my thinking about the grant writing process. Many times, you know what makes people to fail? What they focus on is the money. $1 million. Oh, goodness me, I'm going to. And then they write application. If the funder is A, the application is actually suitable for B, not A. Why? Because they're focusing on the money and they did not do their homework well. So the first thing you need to do is to know the funder. And today we are going to know the funder. We are going to know the funder. And so what will happen is that I will show you what you will do. And after that, I will tell you what to do and we'll take it from there. Take it from there. Okay. What funding bodies look for? They look for the best ideas from capable teams or individuals. Okay. Money matters. Resources are limited and therefore they require judicious use. Project impact on society is critical. So if they are releasing money, this money is not so much. And they are looking for the best impact. So the ideas are important, but not just the ideas, but capable. You have track record of achievement. If they give you that money, they can go to bed and sleep. That is the way they think. They're not just releasing money, pushing money here and there. So if you have the idea, they want to also be sure that you are capable of delivery. And that idea is an idea that has impact to give us the best solutions we desire for a particular need in the society. That is the way they think. So these are some of the questions the funding bodies ask. What is your application proposing to do? Why is your idea and project plan significant and innovative? What will you actually do in the project? How will you implement the outline? Is the proposed approach of implementation right? Not just right, is it realistic? Not just realistic, is it feasible? How much money will the project cost? Okay. If you give them too little, they doubt it. If you give them too big, they are afraid. Okay. Is the proposed cost really justifiable? Why are you the best person among all applicants to be given the money for the idea? I told you before, it's a warfare, survival of the fittest. And you can see when they read the application, the things going on in their mind. Perhaps you have not read this application. In fact, if you write a grant application for the first time, or you have been writing and you're failing, take these questions and ask them to yourself and give answers. If you're able to provide answers to all this, then you have a very good application. What is your track record? What have you previously done successfully to instill confidence in them? Does your institution have the infrastructure, transparency, and capacity to deliver on the project? Who are your collaborators? You know, I've mentioned this before. And sometimes people are writing applications, grant applications, sole applicants. They are happy, they go to bed and they come back, they knock them out. No, that is not how science works. If you have not attended the reproducibility in scientific research course, please, I encourage you, do your best to attend that. It's a course every institution in Africa needs to teach. I promise you that. Those who are in this course who have attended that, I think you can testify to that, because it provides you a place to think of science as a collaborative adventure. A collaborative adventure. Issues of transparency, issues of trust, issues of infrastructure building is very, very important. Somebody is asking, how do you know that the budget you're presenting is too little or too much? Look, every grant application always has a cap, what they want to fund. Some of them actually give you the minimum and the maximum, but in most cases, they give you the maximum. But now, if it comes to your project, now, it is possible your project is not getting let's say the maximum is $1 million, and your project is going to cost around $150,000, and then you're preparing a budget of 450. Don't think those guys are stupid. They know the market. They know what is obtainable. So you have to be so sincere to provide you. And that is why many institutions have grant budget office. And the grant budget office will help you to do that. Okay? To make those costs. All right? So make use of that so that you don't exaggerate. All right, characters of a competitive grant idea. Is it novel? Your idea, is it novel? And this is a necessary ingredient for a competitive grant. Don't recycle. Don't go and borrow the idea of people and begin to brand it as if, no, we need novel ideas. And you see, the prowess of novelty in Africans is high. The prowess of novelty in Africa is high. I wrote a piece during the COVID of what the ingenuity of Africans to really tackle issues. When this COVID-19 came, I saw even children who were building hand washing things here and there. There are novel ideas that people can bring up. So in your research as a scientist, make sure you're thinking of novel ideas in your project. Of course, for those who are asking about the budget, if your grant is high, the funding body will never give you more than what the maximum they are giving. But make sure the amount you're proposing for the items in your budget are actually what they are. Okay, don't exaggerate it. If you don't have a budget office, because you have a collaboration, discuss with your collaborators. And that is why you need to go for collaboration wide and near. Go for collaboration wide and near so that you can get feedback that can help you. The goal is to solve societal problems. It's not on who is doing this, whose career is growing or not. No, we have passed that level. That is not the level we are now in terms of providing solution to Africa. Okay. Competitive grant idea provides a significant advance to science, has potential to have an impact, addresses a critical gap on the topic, meets the interest and priority of funder, and it is feasible. Take note of all this so that when you're writing, you know, you can judge them according to this criteria to see whether your grant application is sellable. Is it novel? Does it give a significant advance to science? Does it have potential and an impact? Does it address a critical gap? Does it meet the interests and priority of the funder? And is it feasible? All right. So we are going to now help you now. I put 1 hour here, but I will reduce it to 45 minutes. This is what you're going to do in your group, okay? In your group, each group, we see here now, see here, I think I have this in your Google Drive folder, but if not, please take a picture of this. Each group has been given a funder here, the name of a funder and their website. Eman kindly provided this, and it is great. So from group 1 to group 10, you have been given a funder, and this is what I want you to do. Go and answer this question. So the first thing in being successful with grant is know who your funder is. Know your funder. And what I want you to do this afternoon is do this exercise that exposes you to what and who a funder is, what is their priority, what they are doing. So these questions you go to answer. Check this funder and select, for instance, if you go to African Academy of Sciences, they have different funding streams. Select one of those, okay? And then answer this question. What is their areas of remit? Make a list of keywords and phrases that capture and highlight the funder's remit and focus. What type of grants do they give? Who do they fund? Who have previously received grants from the funder? Make a list of this, okay? We are not going to discuss this. What I want you to do is this. On Monday, let me give it to Monday. On Monday, the group should send me their document. Send me the document of what you have done here. And I'm going to create a folder there, and I'm going to put it there because some of you might already be thinking of applying to some of this and you have not done this exercise. After this exercise, I tell you it has a transformational aspect that puts you in a very high pedestal of really digging deep into the mind of the funder in a way that it prepares you for your project. Okay, I hope this is clear. So you use 45 minutes to do this. All right, we are not going to present it. I will get the document of what you have done from each group on Monday. I will finish this. This is grant structure. We are going to take this one by one tomorrow. Okay, we're going to take this one by one. It's not that every structure is like this. These are items that the grant contain, and we are going to take them one by one from tomorrow. Now, in addition to what you're going to do, as I mentioned in the morning, your group project, you need to do that. Your group project, you need to do that. And so each group select these problem areas we have given you, create a specific research topic or idea from the general area, any of these you choose, start writing the background, start brainstorming on the aims and objectives, okay? You can, if you finish your knowing the grant, the funder project, if you finish it, then you can already start working on this. The idea is that you will be able to present this at the end, a full application at the end of our class on Tuesday next week. Okay, so 2 things, and so we don't need to come back here again. Do that project, the first one, and then you continue to brainstorm on what your area of project for this course will be. So decide on the topic area and then start writing the background to motivate your destiny. So what is your question? What are people asking? Titilayo, how do we reconcile the concept of novelty with reproducibility? They are totally different. Okay, novelty convey the concept of what is new. Okay, what is new? Reproducibility is being able to repeat what has been done by another person using the same method. Okay, so Titilayo, I'm not sure if that is clear enough. All right. Okay. Yeah, this is a structure, but we are not focusing on the structure today. We'll come back to that. The 2 things I want you to do this afternoon is to do this and then start working on this. Any question from anyone? All right, I have Azwama. Azwama, you can unmute yourself. Azwama is not there. Okay, Edna.
For the work we're going to do, what is the work for tomorrow? Which one is for tomorrow?
Tomorrow for group 1?
Yes.
Group 1, you'll be working on your nuggets tomorrow before, I think that is before the launch, eh? Before the launch. So group 1, you have your nuggets tomorrow to present. Okay, so think about that while you're going through this project. All right. Leah, is that an old hand or a new hand?
It's a new hand. For this work we are going to do right now, to find the funders. So it means we are going to work on what is signed on our own group.
No. So for this funders one here, I have presented to you, it's not the funder you're using in your own group. Okay. So I have assigned specific funders to each group. All right. And then, of course, you have to start your project. You have to select your topic. I don't know if that clarifies your question, Leah.
It's okay. But yet we even have the nuggets.
For group 1.
No,
group 1, group 2, group 3 have their nuggets for tomorrow. And then group 4, group 5, group 6 have on Friday.
All right.
All right, Oscar.
Yeah, please. So will you forward that portion to our email, or we can take a screenshot of it, sir?
The question should be in your Google Drive folder.
Okay, sir.
I think so. If not, I will put it there.
Please, has anyone located it in the Google Drive? So if it is not so, that Doc can put it on the platform for us to copy it.
Yeah, I will do that. All right, any other? I have Nuha.
Yes, Prof. I didn't find anything shared with me in my Google Drive.
All
This
right,
is the first thing. Yeah.
I will do that.
Yeah, the other things I want to ask about is these topics. For me are like type of NGOs topics. How can I find myself in this topic and
They
I
are
be
like
able
NGO topics, eh?
Yes.
No. You see, these are not topics. I've not given you topics. I say problem areas. So let me share this, Nuha, so that you're not confused more. These are problems areas. Okay. You are a biologist or a biochemist or whatever you are. I think even in flood in Africa, you can have aspect of biology there. You have deforestation. You have epileptic electricity. So these are not NGO. These are problem areas where Africa has different problems. Okay, but we allow you, if you want to generate your own topic outside of this, you can do that. You can discuss that with me.
Okay, thank you very much.
All right. Azwama, are you still interested in speaking?
Yes, can you hear me now?
I hear you.
You just answered my question because we picked up a topic and modified it. I was thinking if you would like it.
Yeah, that's fine.
Okay, thank you very much.
Yeah, I have Hebat.
I want to ask about the individual task. What is it and what's the time for its submission?
Individual task?
Yes.
There's no individual task, Hebat.
No individual. I hear that there is a task that must be submitted by Monday.
That is the group project, not individual. Everything is grouped here.
Okay.
All right, I have Lysiane.
Professor, please, when we must present this, the information about the founders?
Yeah,
Yes,
I would like to have them on Monday. By end of Monday, each group should send to me what they have done.
Monday. And the project.
The project we are presenting on Tuesday next week.
Okay, thanks.
Mhm. All right, I have Anna. Anna, unmute yourself and speak.
Thank you, Prof.
Anna, I can't hear you now.
I've requested for the access to. I've
To what?
said.
Yeah.
Hello. Do you hear me?
I hear you now.
I've requested for the access to Google Drive notes or whatever you sent to us. Please let me see them.
Oh yeah, Google Drive. You don't have access to Google Drive.
Yeah, I've requested for it from you.
Okay. Okay, I will look into that.
Okay, thank you.
All right, I have Olabisi.
Thank you, Bright. Thank you for all that you do. I wanted to know whether this nugget you want us to present it like a summary of what is written in that document. For example,
Of course, Olabisi, you are old school with us here. So
I purposely asked because of others, and not for myself. I purposely asked.
So the nugget is that you read the paper and then you give us a summary of the key point of what the paper is talking about. Okay, so each of the papers you are receiving is talking about an issue around grant writing. So read it and give us a summary, of course. So we don't expect you to come tomorrow and you're reading a whole scientific paper. We will not be that patient with you. Okay. So give us a summary, and we're giving you 5 minutes to do that. All right, I have Olalekon.
Thank you, Prof. My question is just to know whether the weekends will also be inclusive in this class.
No. So our class is, if you see the dates, 13th, 14th, 15th, and then we jump to 18th and 19th.
Thank you very much, Prof.
No weekend. No weekend.
Thank you, sir. Thank you, sir. Thank you. Thank you, sir.
All right.
Because Monday and Easter Monday, that was hard to ask.
Yeah, Easter Monday is not weekend, Olalekon.
I understand. Easter Monday is a public day.
Olalekon, we're having a class on Monday.
Thank you, my Prof. I appreciate it.
Yeah. All right, I will send you